Chapter 1153, Parting. Wuxia teased by playing with her hair, but his tone was very serious. I'm not belittling your patriarch's grand Tao, but you won't be able to walk down his path. He severed his 7 emotions and 6 desires as well as all ties with the mundane world. Furthermore, he cut off everything about himself to embark on an emotionless and cruel path. Traveling alone in this world, this was his choice. Wuxia slowly explained, even though he actually became an immortal emperor in the end, he lost too many things in his life. Moreover, he also hurt those close to him, his lovers and those who he loved. Bai Jianjun was quiet. She began cultivating the Tao of the sword at a young age, so she naturally understood the sword Tao back at her sacred ground. He patiently went on, your mad sword has broken through and stems from your sacred ground's Tao. As for your Buddhist sword, it is slowly melting the negative emotions from your Tao while shaping it into a righteous path of kings. He gave her a serious glance at this point and solemnly spoke, but you still haven't done enough. Your heart and sword still haven't opened. They cannot accept something even greater. Only when you open your heart will you understand that there are things other than the sword. It doesn't stop at coldness and violence. He reminded her one last time, remember that the sword is more than a weapon or a tool for killing. It has emotions, so you have to feel it with your own emotions in order to truly sense its existence. Bai Jianjun took a deep breath and bowed respectfully, I will engrave your advice into my mind and carefully comprehend them. I know you can do it or I wouldn't have picked you. Wuxia chuckled and nodded his head. She had one more thing to say, but she was hesitant. Wuxia noticed this and told her, go ahead, say what you want. Since you are staying with me, it means that you are one of us, so there's no need to be so reserved. She eventually asked, what happened to our patriarch? Wuxia had brought up this topic before and revealed that immortal Emperor Yi Ti's end was not very good. This problem had been weighing on her mind. After all, he was the sword god Sacred Ground's patriarch and also their immortal emperor. He smiled while looking at her, it is not that I don't want to tell you, but the time isn't right. Once you step onto a righteous path befitting a sword king with a Tao that belongs to you, I will tell you then. After all, I don't know what kind of effect it will have on your Tao heart. Don't worry, when that day comes, I'll tell you even if you don't ask me. After hearing this, she gently nodded without pursuing the matter any further. Going on the wrong path can devastate others, but it will also hurt the user. Wuxia explained, you need the Tao alone, search with passion and comprehend the sword. With this, you will be able to break through the limit of the sword Tao and open an unprecedented path meant for you alone. She took meticulous care to savor each of his words. Meanwhile, gazing at her demeanor, Wuxia was also secretly approving after knowing that she wouldn't follow the footsteps of her patriarch. As an emperor, immortal Emperor Yi Ti was a hot topic for debate, but at the same time, no one really wanted to talk about his ultimate fate. Boss, wait a bit, this lowly one is here to see you off. At the time of parting, a loud body shouted out and rushed over with extreme speed. It was Little Autumn. While glittering with a golden light, it rushed through the sky like a golden ray. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wuxia and unhappily shouted, Boss, you don't care for my feelings at all. If you were going to leave, you should have told me. This really hurts my cute little heart. Little Autumn's frolicking appearance made the girls laugh. They knew that nothing good would come from its antics. Wuxia gave it a quick glance and said, don't waste my time, fart if you have to. Little Autumn laughed happily and said, Boss, I heard you want to go to the heaven spirit world. It is a vast watery world with the sky vault bone sea. Then there is the lost god halt continent as well as many gentle and tender beauties. Okay, there's no need to be so poetic. Play nice and stay here, don't even think about going to the heaven spirit world. Wuxia interrupted it before it could continue. Its expression immediately turned bitter and it spoke as if it had been wronged, Boss, you can't treat me like this. This lowly one is your loyal dog. I have to follow you wherever you go in order to serve you to the best of my abilities. Wuxia glared at it instead. Stop your blabbering. How is your cultivation of the space scripture going? Little Autumn abruptly choked and coughed awkwardly. A little bit of harvest, not bad at all. Of course, it is nothing compared to Boss. You are the most brilliant genius. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths across all the seasons of the eons, no one can. The girls chuckled amusingly while watching Little Autumn. The truth was that with regards to space, the worm had an unparalleled advantage. However, this fella was not trustworthy at all. It treated cultivation like playing. If it actually practiced hard, it probably would have evolved already. You're thinking about going to that distant place in the future with your meager cultivation? Wuxia gave off a glare. Well, yes, it smiled awkwardly. Wuxia flatly said, then train hard or you won't be qualified to go since you are so weak. What is the space scripture? One of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. Others dream of having just one word or one phrase from the scripture, but now, you have the entire book yet you are not treating it seriously. You are wasting a God-sent opportunity. Little Autumn obediently lowered its head after being scolded like this. Buzz, Wuxia pierced one arm into the void. With a buzz, the space in front of him seemed to melt away. A lake-like mirror emerged before him. With the channeling of his law, the mirror slowly unraveled and revealed a bottomless dimensional space. No way, deep dimensional space. Little Autumn was horrified and took several steps back. It was a spatial master, so it naturally understood the significance of a deep dimensional space. This belonged to the level of eternal banishment. Once exiled into this type of space, it would be extremely difficult to return. Although there were many emperor laws with the power of banishment, they were only capable of exiling someone to a shallow dimensional space. Even a god king could easily make their way back. However, the deeper dimensions were different. Once banished to these deeper levels, very few could come back alive. They needed to be unimaginably powerful or extremely adept at spatial construction. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find their way back. The worm knew that it wasn't looking good at this moment and turned around to flee. However, it was instantly caught by Wuxia. Little Autumn cried out, "Boss, you can't treat me like this, this is a deep dimensional space. It is a horrific place. You are playing with my life if you throw me in there." It didn't want to face a realm of this level. Wuxia coldly glanced at it and said, "How can we squeeze out your potential without sufficient pressure? If you can't make your way back, then stay in there forever." With that, he threw Little Autumn inside. "Boss, you are too cruel," it wailed miserably before disappearing into the deep dimensional space. Clang, clang, clank. The sound of laws rang about. Wuxia didn't only banish him into deep space, he also sealed this dimension. In this way, it would be even more difficult for Little Autumn to come back unless he could comprehend the mysteries of the space scripture. The girls actually laughed again after seeing the fate of Little Autumn. This guy was done for sure this time. Being trapped in a deep dimensional space was absolutely maddening. However, they also understood that it would not make any progress without motivation, thus wasting its race's great potential. "Okay, all of you can return. I have to leave." Wuxia bade farewell to the girls and pointed forward. Buzz. A formation appeared while the spatial coordinates began to shift. Next, a huge celestial array emerged. Wuxia pointed at a particular coordinate. The formation activated and turned into a door with starry lights pulsing everywhere. He entered the door and immediately crossed through space and time. This was one of the mysticisms of the space scripture. It could allow one to teleport across any space and time without needing any refined jades. In other words, as long as the user was strong enough, they could go to any location by virtue of their abilities. Chapter 1154, Great Maelstrom. Endless stars in the sky illuminated the world like diamonds. Each of them was beautiful and moving, especially their twinkling starlight that caused one's heart to throb. Deep in the recesses of the sky was a floating platform. This great platform had withered without any brilliance left. There were no boundaries or visual coordinates. This was the door of the mortal emperor world that led to the paths towards the other worlds. This place used to be quite prosperous with many cultivators coming and going. Back then, intercommunication between the 9 worlds was a normal occurrence. Unfortunately, the battle between the Emperor and the Dragon King tore the heavens will apart. This closed off the world boundaries and severed the connections of the 9 worlds. From then on, this pathway was abandoned until no one in the mortal Emperor world came here anymore. Only God Kings would come here to recklessly try to open the pathway. Wuxia crossed through space and appeared on top of the platform before the desolate door. His eyes peered at the yellow stains. In order to reach the heaven spirit world, he still needed to borrow this door because the current boundaries had all been sealed. He was not strong to the point where he could stabilize a portal and forcefully cross the world boundaries by himself. Thus, this door was the stabilizing factor he needed before crossing the world boundary to his destination. He placed his palm on the door. With a buzz, the Tao portal emerged with the image of the world boundary. Inside were many different coordinates. He locked onto one of these coordinates and, with a loud blast, he crazily released all of his energy into the sky like a flood breaking through a dam or an awakened monstrosity. Whoosh! The Tao portal trembled under his power. He melted the boundary that resembled the surface of a lake and opened another portal. This was a method of forcefully passing through the wall. It would take him into a chaotic spacetime. One misstep in such a situation would leave him stranded forever. Wuxia's current strength did not necessarily allow him to travel worlds. However, his cultivation of the space scripture changed the story. He had absolute confidence in space right now. If he couldn't do it, no one else could. No person or thing in this world had more knowledge of space than this scripture. It contained all the mysteries of space. Even though he did not reach the apex in its study, he had grasped enough of the fundamentals regarding spatial travel. He wanted to do this by himself instead of getting help from Magu, Bulianxiang, or the Realm God. The reason was very simple. His destination was a place full of mysteries and danger. The truth was that he had one speculation about that place, but he was not completely sure since there was an item there that he had never managed to obtain before. This was a very bold decision that stemmed from a completely new conjecture that he came up with after finding the ancient Void Rune and Heavenly Tao's primal chapter. It was a completely new idea. No one could help him in this matter because no one had ever obtained both of these items at one time. But now, Wuxia had both of them. At this moment, the boundary wall melted and seemingly pierced through the mortal emperor world. The coordinates on the other side slowly emerged. In a split second, he locked onto one of the coordinates. It was so convoluted that no one could figure out its location. Buzz! He didn't hesitate after successfully determining the destination. The 2 coordinates immediately connected to each other to link the mortal emperor and heaven spirit worlds. He stepped into the Tao portal to instantly cross the boundary wall for the heaven spirit world. He found himself in a realm where different dimensions were intertwining with continually shifting images. They changed far too quickly, so quickly that it would make others think that this was either a dream or an illusion. These images varied by quite a bit. Some were shattered palaces and citadels while others were of gigantic floating bodies and mountains made out of bones. Sometimes, a peaceful world was found as well. They were quite bizarre and frightening. In fact, for millions of years, the many powerful existences forcing their way through these boundaries would all see similar images. Different explanations were given for these scenes, but no one was truly certain which was correct. Some assumed that they were only illusions and not real. Wuxia saw several images and gently sighed, who actually knows how long time has been flowing. Countless ages turned into smoke with nothing left before being destroyed only to be rebuilt again. He didn't stop at all after his comment and continued to cross the spatial field. Rumble. Deafening blasts echoed. The entire world seemed incredibly insignificant before the magnitude of these blasts. Everything was tiny in front of the giant maelstrom in the heaven spirit world. Nothing could reach the apex. Even gods would have to stop, and God King's expressions would change in here. The maelstrom resembled an ancient beast opening its jaws, a beast capable of devouring the sky and all other existences. Even time and space would be victims. This maelstrom was the largest one in the heaven spirit world. Its size was beyond imagination, endless miles of oceans were orbiting it. Regardless of how vast this world was, it couldn't escape this maelstrom. A continent would instantly be ripped into pieces the moment it made contact with this vortex. Only powdery specks would be left behind. If one could fly to the highest part of the maelstrom, they would find an incredible scene, a power of suction that devoured everything. If the sky wasn't high enough, it would be dragged down and swallowed as well. People would feel their legs give in if they could see the full picture of this maelstrom. None outside of immortal emperors, even the most invincible of god kings, would dare to venture deeper. Endless seas surged wildly in this region. The waters churned at crazy speeds before eventually entering the bottomless black hole. The entire process was astonishing. Nothing could stop more sea water from pouring into the whirlpool. This was a taboo location in the heaven spirit world. Very few people knew what was at the bottom. It could even be an entirely new world. At the same time, a figure appeared on the distant horizon, falling with great speed. The mighty suction of the maelstrom frantically pulled him down towards the terrifying whirlpool. Even a god king wouldn't be able to withstand this force, let alone other people. It was Wuxia that was falling down. With a casual point of his finger, a door appeared below him with a buzz. In a split second, he crossed through space to avoid the absorption force of the maelstrom. He re-emerged on the left only to be met with the same force, but this gave him ample time to prepare. Boom! A resplendent break interrupted the power of the maelstrom. It was a blow that could surprise even immortal emperors and suppress this world. Its name was the Pentadeo Timeless Seal. It became the most powerful defensive barrier for Wuxia. He was no longer affected by the suction force. He reached out with one hand again, a new door emerged. He stomped on it and emerged on the opposite side. He repeated this process to appear to his upper right. Opening new doors and changing his position, just like this, he continued to escape the suction of the maelstrom. His shifting was completely different from just jumping from one location to another. To be exact, he was shifting from one space to another. He used the mysteries of the space scripture to make tiny changes to his own spatial location. Each step was extremely accurate without the slightest mistake, everything was under his control. Chapter 1155, Secret of the Maelstrom's Depths. After reaching a certain depth inside the maelstrom, everything here was torn apart. Even time and space became fragmented into small parts. Any intruder would find themselves being bitten by this terrifying force. They wouldn't come out even if they wanted to due to the disorderly nature of the fabric of realities in this place. For example, taking one step forward should be a frontal movement. However, in this place, it could shift their position backward instead because the space ahead would be ripped into a different location. Even if a god king could withstand the power of the maelstrom, they wouldn't be able to break through to the center due to the distorted space. Wuxia relied on the space scripture's property of controlling space to amend his next step to cross through a tiny space with pinpoint accuracy. Teleportation, shifting, dimensional control, and banishment were all parts of the scripture. After many corrections, Wuxia finally found the most precise space and used the Pentadeo Timeless Seal to escape the maelstrom's power. He then opened his fate palaces. The world seal floated above his head while he took out a bronze chest. This was the item he obtained from the underground world at the top of the bronze giant. Buzz! The tree, cauldron, pillar, and spring of life all emerged. Rumble! Under his channeling, the heavenly Tao's primal chapter inside the cauldron of life as well as the ancient void rune on top of the pillar of life appeared. Li Qie cried out, "Open!" All four essential symbols erupted. The pillar turned humongous and opened up a new world, the cauldron flew into the sky and poured down endless flames, the spring emerged from the ground and spewed out a majestic life force. As for the tree of life, it kept on shaking while emitting a boundless life power to stop the power of the maelstrom. A pure power of life engulfed him in the sky. With incessant explosions, the ancient void rune turned into a massive sea of lightning under the empowerment of the life force. This sea of lightning could destroy everything in this world. Monstrous lightning bolts pulsed in the vicinity while thunder crazily struck from above. These were bolts capable of blowing up everything in this world. At the same time, the heavenly Tao's primal chapter also turned into a majestic pond of the Tao. Everything became meaningless and inadequate before it. This was the beginning of all grand Tao and mysticisms. Just a few small runes from here could refine everything while a single Tao law could penetrate all things. This was the ultimate power, the pinnacle mystery of the grand Tao. Go! He roared and used his willpower to maintain the lightning pond and Tao pond. With deafening blasts, both of these aquatic creations fiercely penetrated the center of the maelstrom which even emperors had to tread carefully. The great explosions rendered Li Qie unable to see the chapter and rune, but he was not in a rush. No one understood these secrets more than him. Bang! Without any warning, a loud bang shook not only the maelstrom but the entire heaven spirit world. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that something at the depths of the maelstrom was being ruthlessly pulled out, perhaps it was even the heart of the heaven spirit world. The entire world could feel this great change. What's going on? All the creatures in this world were dazed and didn't know what was happening. Success! Li Qie could sense this change the best inside the maelstrom. While the earth was shaking due to this great disturbance, Li Qie knew that he had done it. Li Qie smiled and murmured, "So it really was here. Spending so many generations was completely worth it." His previous speculation was confirmed by the Tao chapter and ancient rune. Rumble! More explosions echoed in the sky. The lightning sea and Tao pond flew out of the maelstrom's depths while dragging something out. Eventually, they flew above Li Qie's head so that people could clearly see what the item was. No one would believe such a scene because both of these amalgamations pulled out a single drop of water. Spending so much effort and risking his life only to pull out one drop of water, who would believe such a thing? Li Qie happily used the water from his spring of life to sweep over the water bead, bringing it inside his spring. Roar! A monstrous roar resounded, a roar that resonated across the entire heaven spirit world. All living beings in this realm could hear it clearly. The great maelstrom? Something is going on. Ancient characters were murmuring to each other in shock. So the day has finally come. The charming spirit race had the most intense reaction. The old existences of this race were all aghast. Rumble! Something else within the depths of the maelstrom wanted to rush out, it shook the entire area with a loud thump. Come, it is time for this boss to take action. Li Qie laughed in the face of this power that could quake the entire maelstrom. The world seal above his head emitted a boundless light of death that illuminated the entire area. Zzz, the whole maelstrom, including the surging seawater and the power of the maelstrom, was petrified by this death ray that shone through everything. Time and space themselves were frozen as well. Besides Li Qie, everything in this place was petrified. Era petrification ray, this was the technique hidden at the farthest location of the drystone courtyard that he had copied. He paid a huge price, but this era petrification ray was enough to show that his harvest was simply incredible. Nothing could escape the shine of this ray. Everything turned to stone, just like the dry stone courtyard. Whatever you may be, don't mess with me. Destroy it. Wuxia sneered at the petrified maelstrom. He then took out the bronze box from his chest. Boom! The moment he opened the lock, the box shot out a boundless bronze light. The moment this light engulfed everything, loud explosions detonated. Everything was destroyed by the impact of this light regardless of what they might be. All of the elements and fundamental pillars of creation were annihilated. Even that existence down at the abyss of the maelstrom was annihilated by this bronze light. Eventually, the light reached the ultimate depth and unleashed a terrifying destructive force. At this moment, everything went back to normal. The seawater ran continuously and the power of the maelstrom returned to tear this area apart once more. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Bang! Right when Wuxia was heaving a sigh of relief, a pillar of water from the abyss of the maelstrom shot into the sky. It might just be a water beam, but it carried unlimited power. It rushed forward with the greatest speed and power this world had ever seen. Oh mommy, I was asking for it. Wuxia was shaken by this water pillar rising to the sky. He knew that he overdid his attack from before since it reached all the way to the deepest location. This was the backlash for his actions. This water pillar seemed to have been compressed by the maelstrom for billions of years. No one could stop its impact, it was too mighty. Bang! Even under the effect of the Pentadeo timeless seal, both Wuxia and the Pentagate were immediately blown away flying. The ultimate form of the Pentagate couldn't withstand the power of this water pillar, so Wuxia, inside its defensive barrier, wasn't feeling any better. His body was seemingly falling apart from the impact. Without the protection of the timeless seal, Wuxia would have turned into ashes before the water pillar even struck him. Even a more powerful body wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. In the blink of an eye, he was blown into the horizon. His body turned into a meteor that streaked across the sky and disappeared. Chapter 1156, The Beginning at the Heaven Spirit World. The Heaven Spirit World was an aquatic realm. Magnificent oceans spanned as far as the eye could see. In distant years, there was a popular phrase, "Come to the Heaven Spirit World if you want to see the ocean." This phrase accurately summed up the Heaven Spirit World. No other oceans in the 9 worlds were as grand as those found here. One couldn't escape water in this world. Tidal waves surged to the sky while undersea craters spanning endless miles existed as well. Plenty of spirit stones refined by the oceans were scattered about. Come to the Heaven Spirit World and one would be able to see scenes that they had never seen before. For example, one part of the ocean was split in the middle, leaving water pouring down from both sides. Another site was where the ocean's water was refined into huge pillars. They propped islands up to the sky so the islands looked like they were hovering in the air. One more common sight was the ocean being split into different roads. These aquatic roads were refined into stones, allowing people to travel in any direction. It was a world of unimaginable scenes. Very few continents could be found here, but there were many mountain ranges. Most of the land was created by the refinement of water, turning liquid into solid forms. Great coral reefs were around as well, with great trees sticking out from the water. These reefs and plants grew at the bottom of the sea. They formed many forests, the habitat for countless creatures. There were 3 main oceans and 1 continent in this world. The 3 oceans were the Abyss Sea, the Jade Sea, and the Dragon Demon Sea. The continent was named Godhalt, the only one in this world. Even though there were other land masses, they were not continents. Godhalt was the only true continent and was great in size. However, not too many living beings were willing to live on the Godhalt continent as there weren't many sects and nations established there. Just the name alone was enough for people to understand, this was a place where even gods had to slow their pace. How suitable could a place with a name like this be for building a happy home? In this world, if the Abyss Sea was the most majestic and bizarre, then the Jade Sea was the most charming and magnificent with its blue sky and water. Many people liked such an enchanting location. As for this world's inhabitants, there were three main races: the charming spirit race, Treants, and the sea demon race. The Treants and sea demon race were existences only found in the heaven spirit world, and they would only live here as well. In the present times, the stronger the lineage was, the better the method they had to measure one's bloodline. This was true for both charming spirit and Treant lineages. The test took place on a high platform with a powerful array surrounding it. The surfaces were created from refined jades. Only people with powerful bloodlines would be able to pass through these jade surfaces. The number of surfaces passed was the measurement of one's bloodline. Today, the final result of the examination was determined. A very stout young man had crossed through more than 30 surfaces of refined jades to become the winner. He stood on the platform and raised his arms while shouting in excitement, "Who else wants to take on this challenge?" This muscular young man had golden hair just like a lion, while his blood energy was quite pure. This meant that his bloodline was both powerful and pure, a truly incomparable human bloodline. The elders from Golden Isle nodded in satisfaction after seeing this. The bloodline examination in this place had a total of 108 surfaces and could be said to be the most complete testing ground in the world. Until now, no one had ever been able to pass through all of these surfaces, but if someone could, then it meant that their bloodline was absolutely matchless. In this day and age, a human bloodline that could penetrate through 30 surfaces was already quite exceptional. After all, the 9 worlds had been closed off from each other for a good 30,000 years. No new blood had been added to the heaven spirit world, so the human race's bloodline was on a decline. Anyone dares to take on this challenge? The youth stood there and flexed to show off his muscles while shouting. In his eyes, becoming the groom of Golden Isle was the same as a carp turning into a dragon. He would become a big shot overnight. Swoosh! At this time, a figure suddenly flashed through the sky from the distant horizon. Before anyone knew what was going on, this figure slammed into the youth on the platform with a loud bang and made his blood jet out. After crashing into the youth, this figure kept on going. Boom! 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 The figure instantly smashed through the 108 jade surfaces on the platform. Boom! When this figure went through all the surfaces, the entire array activated and a powerful ray suddenly enveloped them. The formation here was stimulated by this powerful bloodline and began to emit endless Dao runes. The Dao runes surrounded this figure as if they wanted to analyze their bloodline and origin. Chapter 1157, Golden Isle. This sudden development stunned everyone in the crowd, including the elders from Golden Isle. They didn't dare to believe their eyes while looking at the formations that were completely activated. This has to be impossible, right? These elders were slack-jawed, but this was definitely the reality of the matter. They had full confidence in their arrays. Only a few lineages in the heaven spirit world would have comparable formations. Such a powerful and complete platform was the work of their tree father, so there was no chance of this being an error. Damn, don't tell me, a bloodline examination platform? Wuxia noticed the refined jades all around him and immediately cursed. He was currently seeing stars while his blood energy was churning like crazy, his body felt like it was splitting apart. He was shot by the powerful water beam into the sky. Without the protection of the pentagate, he would have already been lacerated to little pieces by that terrifying beam. Who would have thought that an even more outrageous circumstance would happen after landing? Wuxia naturally knew what this platform was used for. He smiled while seeing the platform's Dao power enveloping him with runes in order to analyze his bloodline and said, "Not bad, only an emperor-level character would be able to create a platform like this." He then wanted to leave, but he started to stumble. His body felt especially heavy. it was as if something was pouring into his body. "That's good stuff," he murmured after realizing what was happening. Outside of being wounded by the water beam, the bead of water he obtained from the maelstrom was also affecting him. He took a deep breath to adjust his body while channeling his blood energy. However, he found that something had gone awry. "Check it out." The elders calmed down and immediately checked the formations on the platform. They found that there were no problems at all. In fact, they also believed that there was nothing wrong at all with the array created by their tree father. At this time, an elder pulled Wuxia's hand up and loudly announced, "We have a victor." The defeated human youth from earlier didn't say anything. Victory was in his grasp, but now he had to leave grumpily since there was nothing else he could do. However, it wasn't a big deal since he had absolute confidence in his bloodline. Even if he wasn't selected by Golden Isle, other lineages would eventually pick him. In a short period of time, the disciples decorated the islands with lanterns and flowers. The lively sounds of drums and laughter could be heard everywhere. One disciple bowed before Wuxia and cheerfully smiled, "Our groom, please follow me. I have prepared a new house for you." Wuxia could only wryly smile back. He magically became someone's groom the moment he arrived at the heaven spirit world. This whole event was too strange. He looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" The disciple smiled in response, "Our groom, you participated in the selection but you don't know where this place is? This is Golden Isle of the Jade Sea." While standing on one of the islands, Wuxia stared at the two trees in the distance and insipidly commented, "Returning to the earth, there is nothing else that can protect the future generations better than this. The golden bamboo father and silver tree father died here to turn into the land that protects Golden Isle for tens of millions of years. This might go on for millions more." The disciple smilingly praised, "Our groom is quite insightful." Wuxia thought about many things while looking at these two trees, especially the origin of the Treants. It was one of the three major races of the heaven spirit world. They could cultivate just like humans. The moment their flesh and blood formed, they would turn into cultivators. There was no difference between them and the other cultivators since their realms and levels were the same. The only difference was the final outcome. Humans and the other races would have a chance to compete for the heaven's will to become the immortal emperor. On the other hand, Treants did not vie for the heaven's will, they would return to the earth and turn into a haven for their descendants. Only tree fathers were qualified to return to the earth. For the Treants, tree fathers were equal to immortal emperors. When a Treant was powerful enough to become a tree father, it would return to the ultimate origin and take root in the earth upon death. Their descendants would be able to unceasingly multiply in this newly created paradise. This was the most frightening aspect of Treants. When these tree fathers returned to the origin and took root, they wouldn't be able to manifest themselves as regular beings anymore, but they were still extremely powerful. Some could become even stronger than when they were still alive. This was just like the sects that once had a living immortal emperor to protect them. One could imagine just how mighty these lineages used to be during those periods. The disciple looked at Wuxia and suggested, "Our groom, it is getting late now, please go back and rest." Wuxia gently nodded while looking back at him, "Okay, I'll stay at Golden Isle for now, but it is too early to decide whether I'll be your groom or not." The disciple repeated with a smile, "Our groom, remember that it is not a bad thing to be part of our Golden Isle." Wuxia abruptly retorted, "You should remember that with my bloodline, many people would want to kidnap me so that I can be their groom instead." The disciple couldn't quickly come up with a response after hearing this. Chapter 1158, Life Origination. There was quite a stir at Golden Isle due to Wuxia's sudden arrival and successful crossing of the 108 bloodline jade test. Though the Isle had long been prepared for this groom selection, this new bloodline coming out of nowhere caught them off guard. Thus, while the disciple arranged the living quarters for Wuxia, several ancestors gathered to discuss this matter. Even the Isle Lord showed up. After all, the main protagonist this time was his daughter, so he was more attentive to this than anyone else. The ancestors glanced at each other while one of them spoke. I don't think there has ever been a bloodline that passed through all the refined jade surfaces. Outside of our tree fathers, the Silver Tree Father's Imperial Prince did so. I think he also passed all of the tests. A different ancestor corrected him. Even though the apex experts of the Treants couldn't become immortal emperors, in the eyes of many people, they were equal to immortal emperors. In this way, their direct children were also imperial children. Perhaps something was wrong with the platform? Another ancestor questioned the validity of the test. The Golden Owl Lord gently shook his head. Ancestor, there was definitely no problem. I have already rechecked the platform and it is fine. It can't have a problem because it was created by the Tree Fathers. It isn't something so easily broken. One of the ancestors was very confident with his sect's platform. Another added, a bloodline of the Imperial Prince level. This has not appeared in the Heaven Spirit world for a long time. The third ancestor elaborated, at the very least, not for the human race. The Isle Lord mused for a second before stating, I'm afraid it is not an imperial bloodline of the contemporary generation. It has to be an even older one if our platform cannot analyze his lineage and origin. This means that his original ancestors are even older than our tree fathers. An ancestor responded, such an ancient bloodline is all the more precious due to its greater purity. From a certain perspective, the Isle Lord was correct. Wuxia's bloodline had been polished several times. After numerous refinements, it had become very powerful. More importantly, he also refined the true blood of the blood progenitor and 3 immortal emperors from the Blood Devil tribe, resulting in his bloodline becoming even more powerful and ancient. The second ancestor clapped his hands and said, such a bloodline is a perfect match for our princess. Senior brother, you can't put it that way. The third ancestor slightly shook his head. I'm afraid that when an imperial prince bloodline and an even older one combine, it will lead to conflicts between the bloodlines. This level of bloodline might lead to a descendant with a human bloodline while we want a powerful descendant with our bloodline this time. This opinion made the elders and our Lord stare at each other. The main reason why these lineages liked powerful human bloodlines was because of reproduction. As long as their race's bloodline was strong enough, the offspring would surely inherit their side. However, if the groom's lineage was of an ancient imperial line, then it became a different story. Perhaps the human bloodline would overcome the Tree Father's bloodline and the child would be more human instead. The Isle Lord asked the ancestor standing in front of him, what should we do now? Shall we cancel the marriage and give him some compensation then let him leave? The first ancestor pondered for a bit before replying, nothing is impossible. In principle, we Treants don't need to preserve our blood's purity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be marrying humans. This might actually be a good thing. We don't have to decide to breed our bloodline in this generation. With that, he surveyed the rest of the group and continued, so what if the offspring will have an imperial prince bloodline? This also means that we can multiply this particular bloodline. At the same time, it leaves us with a better bloodline. And it's not like we can't have human descendants in our line. The other ancestors wondered for a bit before agreeing, this is indeed understandable. We can postpone passing down our bloodline for now. Even if the future offspring carry an imperial prince lineage, it would only make our sect stronger and enrich our legacies. If we could produce an immortal emperor, it could even change the current temperament of our isle. An immortal emperor from a Treant lineage, this will be an amazing experiment. Even the Golden Owl Lord felt his heart beating faster with excitement. For both Treants and sea demons, their ultimate fate was to be stuck at the Heaven Spirit world. Due to their own powerful bloodlines, it was difficult for them to have offspring with a different bloodline winning out. Thus, they didn't have immortal emperors like the humans and other races. However, if the lineage itself could produce a human immortal emperor, then it would be a new pattern for the Treant race. Li Qiye was staying on one of the islands with verdant and thick foliage. There was only one building. Living alone on this islet while gazing at the beautiful sceneries was indeed a very pleasant lifestyle. As the future groom, Golden Owl treated him very well, so he was particularly comfortable here. In fact, the stallions at the big lineages had always enjoyed superb treatment. After all, they needed these powerful bloodlines to produce more offspring. The loss of these stallions was the lineage's loss. After the disciple from the isle left, Li Qiye sealed the space around him and began to channel his blood energy while examining his internal condition. After doing so, he gained a better understanding of his internal injuries thanks to the water beam. With his mastery of alchemy and methods of treatment, these injuries weren't much and could be healed very quickly. He understood now that the internal injuries weren't the problem, the main culprit was the drop of water that he obtained from the maelstrom. He opened his fate palace and the spring of life emerged. A casual glance wouldn't yield any results, but with a careful observation, he noticed that the drop of water was still floating in the spring. There was nothing strange about it since it looked quite similar to the water of life, it was all melting into life. However, with a meticulous gaze, one would find that the majority of the spring water here couldn't melt this particular drop. Eventually, through sheer effort and repetition, a tiny strand of this drop was finally removed. Just like that, tiny threads of the bead were melting into the spring. This made the water of life suddenly become heavy and full of vitality. The process of diluting these little threads of essences required a monstrous amount of life water. It was precisely this incredible drop of water that was making Li Qiye's spring of life feel unbearable. Due to the shortage of life water, Li Qiye's vitality and strength were suppressed. Thus, it appeared as if he was a mortal rather than a cultivator. Even a stronger cultivator wouldn't be able to tell that something special was happening to his blood energy. So amazing, this thing combined with the maelstrom created a unique condition. No wonder why all kind of unbelievable events occurred in the past. Li Qiye exclaimed in admiration after seeing the essences within a single drop of water since he was aware of its true mysteries. The great maelstrom was a dreadful place and even more ominous for the charming spirits. Not too many people knew about the secret hidden within. Life origination, I have finally found it. Li Qiye watched his own life water trying to analyze this bead and murmured, just missing one more part. If I can get all four, then the four cores of the fate palaces will open and a profundity understood by no one throughout this entire world will appear. He couldn't help but smile at this point. No one had been able to collect all four parts. In fact, Li Qiye had never seen the true appearance of these four parts before. He had only heard a few legends about them. Of course, only characters like him were eligible to even know about these rumors. He even questioned their existence in the beginning. It wasn't until he obtained the ancient void rune that he confirmed that all of them truly existed. After grabbing the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter, he began to see through their mysteries. The rune, chapter, and now the origination, all of them had unbelievable mysticisms and power. There was no need to talk about other things, focusing purely on the blood progenitor. He had truly grasped the mysteries of the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter and even thoroughly maximized its effects. Because of this, the progenitor was able to establish the matchless blood race. After obtaining the chapter, Li Qiye gained a new idea. He wanted to gather all four items. Only by doing so would he be able to truly grasp their ultimate mysticism. The truth was that in the last millions of years, he had spent painstaking efforts to learn more about these legends. Alas, it was all for naught, which made him quite suspicious about the claims. But now, he was more determined than ever to collect all four. At the same time, he understood where to go to find the last piece. The ultimate mysticism of the fate palaces. Li Qiye glanced over all three items and murmured, or rather, the mysteries behind the power of this world are hidden within. Chapter 1163, Yi Xiaoxiao's mysterious bloodline. She was furious from being looked down upon like this by Li Qie and shouted, "Bah, you're the one with the little body. You dare to not marry me when it is not up to you to decide? That's it, watch me beat you into a pig's head." She immediately took action after finishing her threat. There wasn't too much movement since she didn't even use a merit law. There was only a frightening blood energy. Space seemed to be opening up as she waved her hand. One could hear a clattering sound as a strange flower appeared before Li Qie. It was large and had 8 bright red petals. In other words, this odd flower was made from extreme yang true fire. Extreme yang god flower. Li Qie's eyes turned serious after seeing this flower. In a short period of time, the endless sunfire trapped Li Qie completely. With a clunk, the flames turned into universal laws. They didn't only imprison him, they also attacked him like a scorpion's tail that aimed to pierce his body. Clank! A metallic bang resounded and Li Qie immediately used his 9-sun locking heaven law. With a poof, the refined fire laws entered his body. When fire laws of this caliber pierced one's body, even if the victim didn't turn into ashes instantly, they would be burned and suffer a pain worse than death. However, Li Qie didn't show any signs of him being in pain at all. He only smiled and said, "Quite nutritious. This thing is quite rare. Try this then." She shouted after seeing that Li Qie wasn't afraid of her godflower at all. Her vitality soared. With a loud bang, a strange tree half the size of a man emerged. It seemed to be carved out of profound ice. The moment it appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard as a terrifying power suddenly froze everything. Its target was Li Qie. However, Li Qie's 9 suns law began to blaze. His own refined sunfire circled around him and easily stopped the freezing attack from this tree, leaving him completely untouched. He didn't bother looking at the flower and the tree, for his eyes were fixated on Yi Xiaoxiao. He spoke with a changed expression, "Little girl, what is this bloodline of yours?" Very few things in life could move Li Qie. However, she really did shock him this time. She didn't use any merit laws, but the godflower and strange tree came out. They were not items created from merit laws, they were real existences. Her summoning reminded Li Qie of a very archaic legend about the Treants. Perhaps even members of their race didn't know about it because it was too ancient. Moreover, there was no proof of its existence as it had never appeared before. Even in the distant ages, those who had heard about it paid it no mind because there was no way it was true. "Humph, why should I tell you?" She waved her hand and the godflower and odd tree vanished. Li Qie stroked his chin and said with a grin, "If you tell me a little bit about your bloodline, I might consider taking you in. And in accordance with your wish, I can also give you an answer to your question about the imperial bloodline. You go first. This lady will listen to you first about the bloodline, then I'll consider telling you about my own." She snorted while looking at him. Li Qie stared at Yi Xiaoxiao as his eyes flashed several times. She suddenly felt uneasy beneath his gaze. Even though it was not a sharp and scary pair of eyes, they seemed to be able to penetrate all things. I see. Li Qie noticed her demeanor and slowly spoke, "In the end, you yourself don't even understand your bloodline, likewise with your isle. You all don't even understand the mysticisms within." The more accurate reason for this groom's selection was to find an answer within the many bloodlines of the human race, it wasn't just to find a mighty one. You are searching for a bloodline that is truly comparable to your own so that you can analyze its mysteries. With that, Li Qie smiled, "If I'm not mistaken, even the items left behind by your tree fathers cannot analyze your bloodline." "Humph, what a bunch of nonsense, this is only your one-sided speculation." She scowled, "What is this about not knowing my own bloodline? I naturally know everything about it. I just don't want to tell you so that you'll get mad." Despite her strong retort, it was evident that it was all for show. He gently shook his head. Girl, there's no need to be stubborn, you can't hide it from my eyes. If you tell me the truth about your bloodline, maybe I can even help you. Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to speak, but she immediately closed her mouth while turning cautious. Clang, clank, at this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded at Golden Isle. A disciple shouted, "We're under attack." Yi Xiaoxiao's expression sank after hearing this. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "Which bastard is sneak attacking my Golden Isle?" With that, she turned and left. A flower bloomed with each step as she soared into the sky. Li Qiye smiled and went outside the room to look towards the island. Splash! Out! Or perhaps my bloodline will be able to support hers. From this, Golden Isle might have a heaven-defying child in the future. He stared directly at the Isle Lord at this point. The Lord only laughed out loud in response. Nephew is overthinking things. We're only making a minor change, it is no secret at all. Fine, if Isle Lord does not wish to say it, I won't push the issue. Li Qiye smiled back, however, I'm really not interested in this marriage at all, if we can call it that. I'm not willing to be your breeding stallion. The Lord glanced at him quickly and said, Our Golden Isle will not force such a thing onto nephew, but you should know that forming a strong alliance rings true no matter the occasion. If you are willing to stay, there's no need for me to explain all the benefits. As for other things, we can talk about it in detail. The Lord was indeed showing enough sincerity and goodwill. It was a clear indication of how important he deemed Li Qiye's bloodline to be. Li Qiye was quite amused by this treatment as he chortled, even before taking my opinion into account. Don't you think this type of groom selection is too hasty? Will your daughter agree to having a random husband that appeared out of nowhere? I trust that no girl wouldn't oppose this. Isle Lord is a smart person. I'm sure you know that in order to have a successful marriage with the aim of reproduction and strengthening your bloodline, the parties involved still need to like each other. This would be the best-case scenario. There is no force greater than the word love. It is both a poison and panacea. Stallions, incubators, and bloodlines were extremely precious. If there was a loss to either of the parties, then it would be a loss to the entire sect. It was best that the man and woman liked each other so that they could reproduce and strengthen a bloodline. Because of this, the two would normally meet each other at a very young age. Their relationship would then develop to become a pillar for their emotional attachment in the future. The powerful lineages usually wouldn't suddenly pick a stallion or incubator. Most would be groomed from a young age. Thus, Golden Isle's action this time contained a mystery that no one else knew about. Chapter 1160, Yi Xiaoxiao. The Lord smiled and sincerely replied, It's just as you say, love requires time. You haven't met my daughter, so how do you know that she won't agree? You are indeed worthy of being the Lord of the Isle, you're already laying a trap with just a few words. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. Without a doubt, this Lord was a smart one. The Isle Lord smiled in response, We'll decide it like this. Nephew can keep on thinking about it carefully. If you haven't made up your mind, then it is fine to stay here for a bit. Our doors will always be open for you. Just treat our isle as your own home. Thank you for showing such love. Li Qiye smiled and nodded his head. This Lord was an open-minded person. There was no conflict of interest between the two of them right now, so Li Qiye accepted the Lord's attempt at winning him over. As the Lord made it to the door, he suddenly turned back and asked, I almost forgot to ask, may I know who your master is? Li Qiye freely replied, I am only a vagrant cultivator and the oceans are my home, it's not worth mentioning. The Lord didn't inquire further. He only laughed and said, Then I hope you can get used to this place. If you need anything, just let my disciples know. He left after saying this. He wouldn't be too inquisitive after Li Qiye showed his unwillingness to speak about his origin. For Golden Isle, if this person came from a lineage in the heaven spirit world, it was definitely within their abilities to find out. Li Qiye sealed his surrounding space once more after the Lord left. He sat cross-legged to meditate. Even though his internal injuries were very serious, they were recovered in a short amount of time due to the heaven restoration salve. At this moment, his injuries were not a problem. The only issue was the unsolved life origination that was severely suppressing his blood energy. Of course, he was not in a rush to solve this either. After all, such an item didn't come easily. The process required time and the water of life to slowly dilute the drop of water. He instead focused on the space scripture and its fundamentals. Although he had grasped its mysteries quite well at this moment, there was still a long way to go before he could use it at will. To do so, he would need to master its profundities. There were 4 parts to the scripture, or 4 major chapters: world creation, space control, parallelism, and cryptic space. Among these 4 chapters, world creation was the most important and incredible. It was the most essential part of the scripture. World creation was not referring to creating new worlds and existences, the space scripture had not reached that level. After all, that was beyond the boundary of cultivation. Life creation was something left to the heavens alone. To be precise, world creation was about opening up space. The truth was that after reaching a particular realm, all cultivators could do such a thing. God kings and immortal emperors were able to open larger spaces. However, the world creation from the space scripture was different from these other methods. A space opened by an immortal emperor was different as well. Once a user of world creation reached the peak, even spaces opened by immortal emperors would seem much lesser in comparison. World creation was an arduous process, but if cultivated fully, then a new world would appear, a spatial realm on the same level as an entire world. This level of space could accept everything, including any existence, item, and force. It was similar to creation, like the start of the heaven and earth, the 9 worlds. Because it had a spatial structure, the 9 worlds were able to have sentient beings. Thus, this was almost the opening of a world. With a successful opening, new life would one day be born. From then on, it would no longer be the 9 worlds but 10. At that time, Li Qiye would become its supreme ruler. Of course, it was not something that could be done in a day or 2. The other 3 major chapters of the space scripture had their own characteristics and usages as well. Among them, space control encompassed the most content. For example, portal summoning, teleportation, banishment, space correction, deep space, displaced space, visual phenomenon space, all of this was part of the space control chapter. Golden Isle treated Li Qiye with an incomparably warm hospitality as if he was the most esteemed guest they had ever received. This made his recovery very comfortable. However, before 2 days passed, trouble had found his door. Early in the morning while he was cultivating in this room, someone shouting could be heard from the outside. Li Qiye, roll out here for this lady. Despite the high volume, the voice was very sweet and pleasant. There was an indescribable charm and youthfulness to it. Li Qiye stood up and left his room to find a girl standing in the living room, a very young girl to be exact. The lass looked to be around 13 years old. She grew up quite well and had a complexion as white as jade. Her spirited eyes were round and big in a fulfilling manner. Her small nose was sculpted without fault while her cherry mouth was as red as fire. She stood with both hands on her waist while proudly arching her chest forward. This posture slightly revealed the valley and figure beneath the embroidered dress. This little lass was truly lovely and cute, others couldn't help but like her. Of course, her demeanor and posturing showed off her hot and strong personality. Moreover, she was barefoot. The moment her small and exquisite feet fell into sight, everyone would be in awe, for it was a perfect masterpiece made by the heavens. The crystal white feet had perfect proportions, a bit more would be too fat while a bit less would be too thin. Flowers blossomed and fresh grass would spring up wherever she walked. It was as if she was walking on a field of flowers. Her blood energy was still hidden, and the same could be said for her Tao. It showed that she was not using any merit laws or techniques, yet lush vegetation was still appearing. This meant that she had an innate ability not found in others. This was a type of special constitution or unique bloodline. Li Qie glanced at her and the field below her. His eyes slightly narrowed before he revealed a smile. I am Li Qie, who might you be? Yi Xiaoxiao. She maintained her aggressive appearance while glaring at him. I don't know you. Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head. The lass was unhappy with this response. She replied in a fiery manner, this lady is the Princess of Golden Isle, the woman that you will marry. Li Qie smiled wryly. Other girls would be too bashful to say such words, but this Yi Xiaoxiao blurted them out without a problem. He cupped his fists and said, oh, so it is Princess Yi. Long time no see, I didn't expect Princess to come. Long time no see my ass. Yi Xiaoxiao stated with disdain, you didn't even know who I was earlier. Stop your act right now. Li Qie laughed amusingly after seeing her fiery attitude. This little girl was very interesting. He readily accepted being exposed and leisurely replied with a grin, okay, I was messing about saying long time no see. After all, I've never even heard of your name prior to this. She was stumped for a moment and couldn't come up with a response. She came with an imposing attitude to yell at him, so she expected him to arrogantly yell back at her so that she could kick him out of Golden Isle. Either that or he would be suppressed by her aggression and become submissive. Thus, she would also kick such a submissive nobody out of Golden Isle. She didn't expect him to not act arrogantly or submissively. Chapter 1161, You have to marry me. Li Qie crossed his arms in front of his chest and leisurely smiled, may I ask what you are here for, my young miss? She immediately became spirited after hearing his question and glared at him with her big and round eyes, why don't you want to marry me? Li Qie was caught off guard. Luckily, she spoke in an aggressive manner. If she spoke to him with a tone full of resentment and indignation like an abandoned lover, others would actually mistake him for an unloyal and fickle man. He smiled and said while looking straight at her, why should I marry you? Because this lady is the Golden Isle Princess, the #1 beauty of the Jade Sea with a supreme and peerless bloodline. She confidently stated while still posing with her hands on her waist. There was no trace of bashfulness to be found. Li Qie wondered whether he should laugh or cry. He shook his head in response, and I should marry just because of that? What if a demon dragon comes out of nowhere one day and claims to be the #1 beauty, do I have to marry her too? Bah, who would dare to take my man? The unashamed lady claimed while glaring at him, if you didn't want to marry me, why did you run here and ruin my business by passing the others on the stage? He shook his head once more, I can't be blamed for that, I only fell down from the sky by accident and coincidentally struck your formation. What's wrong with that? She scowled while staring at him with a burning gaze, it's the providence of the heavens, yet you still dare not to marry me? To the amusement of Li Qie, she looked as if she wanted him to take responsibility, prompting him to reply, so you are saying you are anxious to get married already? She wanted to erupt but stopped in time, bah, don't think so highly of yourself. Who says I am in a rush to get married? She simply wanted to kick him out of Golden Isle. Who would want to marry a stranger? Moreover, she was still a little girl, but the moment she returned, she heard some disciples say that someone named Li Qie might not want to marry her. This rubbed her the wrong way. A man actually didn't want to marry her. Thus, she wanted to come and see just what kind of person would do so. He replied, then perfect, you don't want to get married and I don't want to either. Isn't this the end of it? Plus, you are still a little girl. Time is still plentiful on this endless road. One day, you will find a suitable man. Bah, who says that I am still young? I'm an adult already. The moment she heard the word little, she was immediately enraged. She hated being called little the most by others, so she grunted unhappily while exaggerating her posture even more by raising her barely gropable breasts. Her appearance aimed to tell Wuxia that she was not little anymore, for she was already a grown lady. He couldn't really do anything against this bold girl. He only smiled. Right, you are a grown-up already. Are you a little puppy or something? You are just going along with whatever I say, don't you have your own thoughts? She glared at him with disdain. With popping sounds, the vines surrounding his body were immediately split. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao had escaped Wuxia's clutch and spoke, looks like you have some skill. He resumed his gaze that was quite unpleasant to her. It made her feel very uncomfortable, but she didn't want to show any weakness, so she instead proudly stood straight with her soft breasts forward while glaring at him with a fiery stare. Have you had your fill? She snorted in a very arrogant style with black lines on her forehead. He withdrew his eyes and said, I'm really curious about your bloodline now. Not too many things in this world can actually hide from my eyes. She responded haughtily, why should I tell you? Wuxia stroked his chin and quipped back, if you tell me, I will marry you. This startled her as she blurted, who says that I want to marry you, bah. Little girl will always be embarrassed. Wuxia laughed and shook his head, earlier, you were yelling and demanding for me to marry you, but now, it is the other way around. Aze, this is really frustrating. Girl, do you want to marry or not? She stared at him and didn't say anything for a moment. He nonchalantly stood there with grace to let her look as much as she wanted. After a while, he said with a smile, girl, have you had your fill? I know I am incomparably handsome, but you shouldn't be infatuated to this level. Her face turned red as she regained her wits and angrily said, bah. Shameless old pervert. Who would be infatuated with you? Go look in the mirror first. Daring to claim to be handsome with your common appearance, have you no shame? Wuxia ignored her assessment and said, okay, girl, stop pestering me endlessly. I actually want to know why you want this marriage. If I'm not mistaken, you have changed your mind for now. Chapter 1162, The Fiery Yi Xiaoxiao. She fiercely glared at him and said, Why should I tell you? Just do what I say instead of blabbering about. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, if that's the case, then we have nothing else to talk about. Having said that, he turned to go back into his bedroom. Hey, stop, are you listening? She shouted after seeing this. Wuxia paused and turned his head around, you got something else to say? If not, then don't bother me. She was annoyed by his attitude and maintained her fierce gaze and aggressive posture. I'm asking you now, do you really have a bloodline of the Imperial Prince level? He turned his body around and gave her a quick look before smiling. Are you doubting your Golden Isles formation? Did you come here to demand a marriage or to see if I have an Imperial Prince level bloodline? Don't you worry about that, I'll do what I want. Her hands were often found on her waist as she said, stop asking so many things. Do you have it or not? It really looks like we have nothing to talk about. Wuxia waved his hand and turned around, leaving with a smile on his face. Hey! Yi Xiaoxiao felt a little anxious and stomped once before blocking his path. Do you have an Imperial level bloodline or not? Wuxia looked at the little girl in front of him and said, I understand. You came here not to see whether I want to marry you or not, but to see if I have that type of bloodline. With that, he crossed his arms before his chest and looked at her in a carefree manner. If you sincerely asked earlier, maybe I would have told you. She muttered under her breath after hearing this, then shouted, just let me know, do you have it or not? Wuxia nodded his head and chuckled, if we are using the definitions of your Treant race, then yes, my bloodline is of the Imperial level. She didn't completely buy this, so it was her turn to look at Wuxia up and down to find some clues from his body. After a careful examination, she asked with a voice full of suspicion, is it really at the imperial level? You don't look like someone with that type of bloodline at all. Li Qiye burst out in laughter in response. Can you really determine an imperial bloodline with the naked eye? Don't you have a very powerful bloodline as well? Can we tell its strength just by looking at you? Humph. What do you know? My bloodline is supreme and unique in all the eons. She was unhappy with his answer and spoke with confidence. How can your commoner's eyes see through my bloodline? Li Qiye replied in the same fashion, then the same goes for me. My bloodline is supreme and unique in all the eons, how can a little girl like you see through it with the naked eye? She managed to restrain her anger this time, but she still glared at him nevertheless. Shouldn't an imperial bloodline have a surging imperial aura as if an immortal emperor has descended? They can suppress their enemies with just their bloodline. Li Qiye was quite amused by this response. Who told you that an imperial bloodline has such characteristics? A limited definition of an imperial bloodline was being the child of an immortal emperor and inheriting his bloodline. These people were called imperial children. The truth was that Li Qiye didn't have an official imperial bloodline, but in a sense, his was even more precious than an imperial prince because his blood contained the legacy of the blood progenitor. More importantly, his blood had been refined multiple times by the worldly prime liquid among other immortal items. Thus, his bloodline had become even more precious. After hearing his answer, she looked at him with skepticism and asked, "Don't you humans always say this?" Li Qiye smiled and said, "Have you met an imperial prince with a bloodline like that? A few things are only baseless rumors." Humph, I knew that you humans couldn't be trusted. Your race doesn't have this imperial bloodline or whatever, at least not at the heaven spirit world. She immediately became a bit spirited. Her latter statement was correct. In fact, the human race didn't have an imperial child in this world. The truth was that in the 9 worlds, this type of bloodline would not appear in every generation, so the chance of it appearing in a human here was especially low. He was a little interested after noticing her excitement and told her, "Isn't one in front of you right now?" She looked at him once more with suspicion. "You really have it." Her suspicion was warranted. Li Qiye didn't look like someone who had an imperial bloodline. His blood energy was concealed and his Tao force was weak. It could even be said that no matter how one looked at him, he simply resembled a mortal. Even if an imperial bloodline didn't have a surging aura like the arrival of an immortal emperor, at the very least, the owner should have exuberant blood energy and an incredible physical body. If Li Qiye didn't pass their trial, Yi Xiaoxiao wouldn't even be interested in doing this and would have just assumed that he was a lying swindler. It can't be faked. Li Qiye chuckled, "Even if you don't believe me, you should believe your Golden Isles formation that was made by your tree fathers. Plus, your father's people have confirmed it as well." "Humph, are you sure you aren't an accomplice of my father and scheming to trick me?" She fiercely stared at him and said, "If I find out that you are conspiring with my father's people to fool me, I will really peel your skin." "Okay, little girl, this isn't a conspiracy or anything." He waved his sleeve and interrupted her while laughing, "Even if your father wants to trick you, I don't have the time or interest to do so. Hurry up and tell me what you want from me." She hesitated for a moment while peering at him. She truly looked like she didn't trust him at all, but in the end, she still asked, "If you have an imperial bloodline, do you feel that there is something different about you or something special in the bloodline itself?" Li Qiye's curiosity was suddenly aroused. He stared at her for a bit before answering, "It looks like this groom's selection from your all really isn't that simple. So if I didn't have an imperial bloodline and it was someone else instead who passed your examination, someone found to be unsuitable for you in the future, the marriage would be cancelled and it would just end there?" There was a well-established system for stallions and incubators in this world. When a lineage picked them from a young age, a marriage wouldn't take place if it turned out that they weren't a good match or if there was a disparity between them. The majority of these stallions and incubators would be repatriated back to their sect. In other words, even if someone was selected to be the groom of Golden Isle, it was just an agreement. The stallion still needed to undergo observation and trials. Once they passed, the marriage would finally take place so that they can produce offspring. Well, that has nothing to do with you. She glared at him. If you have a real imperial bloodline, you don't have anything to worry about. I understand, you all want to find the most powerful bloodline. Your first choice was not an imperial bloodline, maybe it was a search for an ancient bloodline. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes while looking at her. Humph, you're talking nonsense. She fiercely replied, it is good that you have an imperial bloodline since I'll be marrying you. No, actually, I'm the one who's taking you in. Li Qiye laughed it up while looking at her fierce appearance and said, girl, you're thinking too much into it. Even if you were willing, I still wouldn't want to marry you. She held her pretty little waist and tigerishly declared, this is not up to you. If you dare to not marry me, I'll beat you until your face looks like a pig. All along, people had only heard about a lady being forced to marry. How many had heard about a groom being forced to take a wife? His piercing glare once again settled on her body before he gave a leisurely response, girl, it is not that I'm looking down on you, but do you think you can force me to marry you with your little body? Return from whence you came. Chapter 1163, Yi Xiaoxiao's mysterious bloodline. She was furious from being looked down upon like this by Li Qiye and shouted, bah, you're the one with the little body. You dare to not marry me when it is not up to you to decide? That's it, watch me beat you into a pig's head. She immediately took action after finishing her threat. There wasn't too much movement since she didn't even use a merit law. There was only a frightening blood energy. Space seemed to be opening up as she waved her hand. One could hear a clattering sound as a strange flower appeared before Li Qiye. It was large and had 8 bright red petals. In other words, this odd flower was made from extreme yang true fire. Extreme yang god flower. Li Qiye's eyes turned serious after seeing this flower. In a short period of time, the endless sunfire trapped Li Qiye completely. With a clunk, the flames turned into universal laws. They didn't only imprison him, they also attacked him like a scorpion's tail that aimed to pierce his body. Clank! A metallic bang resounded and Li Qiye immediately used his 9-sun locking heaven law. With a poof, the refined fire laws entered his body. When fire laws of this caliber pierced one's body, even if the victim didn't turn into ashes instantly, they would be burned and suffer a pain worse than death. However, Li Qiye didn't show any signs of him being in pain at all. He only smiled and said, quite nutritious. This thing is quite rare. Try this then. She shouted after seeing that Li Qiye wasn't afraid of her godflower at all. Her vitality soared. With a loud bang, a strange tree half the size of a man emerged. It seemed to be carved out of profound ice. The moment it appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard as a terrifying power suddenly froze everything. Its target was Li Qiye. However, Li Qiye's 9 suns law began to blaze. His own refined sunfire circled around him and easily stopped the freezing attack from this tree, leaving him completely untouched. He didn't bother looking at the flower and the tree for his eyes were fixated on Yi Xiaoxiao. He spoke with a changed expression, little girl, what is this bloodline of yours? Very few things in life could move Li Qiye. However, she really did shock him this time. She didn't use any merit laws, but the godflower and strange tree came out. They were not items created from merit laws, they were real existences. Her summoning reminded Li Qiye of a very archaic legend about the Treants. Perhaps even members of their race didn't know about it because it was too ancient. Moreover, there was no proof of its existence as it had never appeared before. Even in the distant ages, those who had heard about it paid it no mind because there was no way it was true. Humph, why should I tell you? She waved her hand and the godflower and odd tree vanished. Li Qiye stroked his chin and said with a grin, "If you tell me a little bit about your bloodline, I might consider taking you in. And in accordance with your wish, I can also give you an answer to your question about the imperial bloodline. You go first. This lady will listen to you first about the bloodline, then I'll consider telling you about my own." She snorted while looking at him. Li Qiye stared at Yi Xiaoxiao as his eyes flashed several times. She suddenly felt uneasy beneath his gaze. Even though it was not a sharp and scary pair of eyes, they seemed to be able to penetrate all things. I see. Li Qiye noticed her demeanor and slowly spoke, "In the end, you yourself don't even understand your bloodline, likewise with your isle. You all don't even understand the mysticisms within." The more accurate reason for this groom selection was to find an answer within the many bloodlines of the human race, it wasn't just to find a mighty one. You are searching for a bloodline that is truly comparable to your own so that you can analyze its mysteries. With that, Li Qiye smiled, "If I'm not mistaken, even the items left behind by your tree fathers cannot analyze your bloodline." "Humph, what a bunch of nonsense, this is only your one-sided speculation." She scowled, "What is this about not knowing my own bloodline? I naturally know everything about it. I just don't want to tell you so that you'll get mad." Despite her strong retort, it was evident that it was all for show. He gently shook his head, "Girl, there's no need to be stubborn, you can't hide it from my eyes. If you tell me the truth about your bloodline, maybe I can even help you." Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to speak, but she immediately closed her mouth while turning cautious. Clang, clank, at this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded at Golden Isle. A disciple shouted, "We're under attack." Yi Xiaoxiao's expression sank after hearing this. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "Which bastard is sneak attacking my Golden Isle?" With that, she turned and left. A flower bloomed with each step as she soared into the sky. Li Qiye smiled and went outside the room to look towards the island. Splash! Outside of the islands, sea water rose in the form of aqua dragons. They were completely blue and soared into the sky before plunging down at Golden Isle. Even the Golden Isle Lord was alerted after this sudden attack. He stood up in the sky and shouted, "Who is it?" Without a doubt, the assailant didn't want to show themselves, they simply controlled these aqua dragons for the assault. Bursts of alarms rang across Golden Isle. Keep in mind that it was definitely a powerful lineage comparable to any imperial lineage or immortal gate. It had to be someone skillful to even dare to attack it. Activate! The disciples immediately rushed out to meet the enemy the moment these aqua dragons reached the warning zones. Crash! However, more and more dragons came out of the sea. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 aqua dragons leapt into the sky and attacked these crucial zones with great ferocity. At this time, Li Qiye withdrew his gaze from the distance and redirected it down to the surface of the water. He turned serious after seeing the sparkling sea water. Someone emerged from the ocean. It was a girl riding a seahorse. She wore a blue dress and an ethereal silk veil. In the light breeze, she seemed particularly slim and graceful. Her entire being seemed sway with the wind. This dark green seahorse resembled both a flood dragon and a horse. With its perfect outline, it was definitely the finest of horses in the ocean. The girl hid her face so no one could see her true appearance. She emerged from the ocean without any warning or sound, like a ghost. No one noticed her arrival. If it wasn't for Li Qiye, no one would have detected her intrusion. Despite being completely soundless, she was extremely fast while riding her seahorse. In the blink of an eye, she was already next to Li Qiye. "Get on," she told him while concealing her real voice. "Why should I?" Li Qiye smiled while looking at the girl, he was relaxed as always. The girl didn't waste words. She immediately grabbed Li Qiye and pulled him onto the seahorse so that he was sitting in front of her. A bit interesting. Li Qiye didn't bother resisting. He seemed to be entertained by this. The seahorse turned around and snuck out towards the ocean in order to escape. But before the seahorse could reach the sea, a shout came about, "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Xiaofan noticed the abduction and immediately attacked with blossoming flowers below her. The odd tree emerged again. With a buzz, she instantly froze the nearby sea with astonishing speed. The other girl noticed the frozen sea water, but she didn't halt. She rode the seahorse into the sky with lightning speed. "Where are you from, Demoness, to dare steal my man? You court death." Yi Xiaofan had a scorching personality indeed. She stomped on a vine below her feet. This swift vine instantly caught up to the seahorse. With another cry, she attacked once more. A gigantic willow emerged. Its branches were like immortal ropes that intended to ensnare the other girl. However, this girl was not that easy to mess with. Her delicate and jade-like hand unleashed a palm attack. Boom! Ice dragons instantly rushed out of the frozen water and attacked the willow branches with unparalleled speed. Pop! The willow branches tied up the dragons. Shortly after, the dragons and willow branches began to fight. Neither side wanted to give in. In this split second, the seahorse suddenly leaped forward. This one leap alone caused space and time to reverse. The area 10 million miles away suddenly appeared beneath the seahorse. Chapter 1164, Mysterious Girl. This leap from the seahorse crossed space instantaneously. Even Wuxia sitting on it had to praise, "Incredible, this is an exceedingly rare divine horse." A gap was instantly created after this jump. Even though Yi Xiaofan's vine used its top speed, it was unable to catch up. The seahorse made it out of the frozen sea. It instantly dove into the vast ocean and submerged itself. The veiled girl then hid their presence and traces. Without a doubt, she came prepared. The seahorse leaped a second time under the surface of the water. This was even faster than the leap in the sky. The ocean was its playground, so it could cross from one sea to another. People would be rendered speechless by its speed. "Shameless Demoness, you better not let me find you or I'll show you. Stealing my man now, huh?" The chasing Yi Xiaofan had lost her target and angrily stomped her foot. At a certain place in the Jade Sea, there was a towering cliff with large shoal rocks and deep underwater gullies. After water flowed into these gullies, one would hear a loud roar. The water fell straight down like waterfalls. Waves of currents were wrestling with the boulders down here. Of course, there were also circular channels around the cliff in the form of whirlpools. This particular location was quite dangerous. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't want to come here. A loud bang occurred below the steep cliff. The seahorse climbed up from the water to the top of the cliff. There were two people riding it. Of course, it was Wuxia and the mysterious girl. A panoramic view of this sea was available at the top of this cliff. The sea breeze was carrying water vapor everywhere. The waves loudly roared as they galloped in this place. The scene ahead was quite extraordinary and precarious in a supernatural yet marvelous manner. Wuxia was still at home while riding the seahorse and bathing in the sea breeze. His head was resting against a soft and plump chest. This was indeed a time to be cheerful. The girl's temper took a turn for the worse when Wuxia rested against her chest like this. She coldly said, "It is time for you to get off." Wuxia remained unmoved while his head was still in the middle of the valley. His faint grin told the story of his comfort and enjoyment. "Little girl, if you want something, you have to pay the price. You might be thinking that I am taking advantage of you, but the truth is that you are taking advantage of me. If I was unwilling, you wouldn't have been able to take me along." This answer left the girl silent. It was arrogant and narcissistic to an unreasonable level. She jumped down from the seahorse and looked around at the sea nearby. Who knows what she was thinking? Meanwhile, Wuxia was still leisurely sitting on the seahorse while closing his eyes to enjoy the breeze. After a while, he murmured, "The sensation of the heaven-spirit world really makes people feel attached with strong sentiments." She finally turned back to look at him with a cold glare. "You should talk about your circumstances now." He finally opened his eyes to look at her and smiled. "Little girl, if you want to negotiate with me, you should put on a friendly attitude. If I am in a good mood, maybe I can point you towards a clear road." The girl became annoyed and asked, "Are you always this narcissistic?" "Narcissistic?" Wuxia laughed and replied, "Little girl, I don't know what narcissism is, and you haven't seen when I truly act smug. When I feel cocky and put on airs, a little girl like you can only stand to the side since even gods and demons have to prostrate before me." She stared at him for a good while. If it wasn't for his sober appearance, she would have thought that she had caught the wrong person, a complete psycho. "Don't look at me like that." Wuxia lazily looked at the distant sea and said, "This is the best your exquisite valley can do? You're able to carry a few bloodlines, but your vision for the overall situation is still completely lacking. The criticism from before still stands: your valley does not lack fresh blood, it is lacking in wise strategic foresight." The mysterious girl was surprised and immediately took one step back while staring at Wuxia with a chilling glint flashing across her pupils. She had hidden everything so that others wouldn't recognize her background. Even a god monarch wouldn't be able to see through her, so she was astonished that this seemingly ordinary man was able to instantly deduce her origin. She was completely confident in her concealing technique, but now, she felt an urge to kill. "Again, there's no need to look at me like that." Wuxia was basking in the sea breeze as he calmly stated, "If you have any disrespectful thoughts about me, it will be your own undoing. I am not someone who enjoys plucking flowers, but when necessary, I have no qualms about eliminating beautiful women." The girl was bewildered and couldn't guess his background at this time. It was quite pitiful how little she knew about him. After a while, she calmed down and stared at him. "You are Wuxia?" He ignored her and took a deep breath to say, "What a world this is." He smacked his lips afterward before speaking, "Among all the people I've met, I am the only person called Wuxia. Can't you be any less narcissistic?" The annoyed girl found this answer quite exasperating. He raised his brows and said, "And then? You mean like this?" The girl was a bit speechless. The situation had somehow reversed. The man ahead was the one in charge, so she tried to take back the initiative. "Do you have an imperial bloodline?" Wuxia was bored and reached out to brush her hair that was blowing wildly in the wind. However, she immediately made some distance between them and coldly said, "You better act properly." Wuxia withdrew his hand and stared insipidly at her. "What does it matter? Is this bloodline worth talking about? After so many years, your exquisite valley still relies on bloodlines for business. Back and forth, only to go around in a circle. A nice way to put it is cultivating talents, while a more offensive way is to call it a brothel. Marrying excellent bloodlines to powerful lineages, not much different from a breeding stable." The mysterious girl quivered with rage after hearing this. This was simply humiliating her lineage. He was treating them as if they weren't worth a single coin. "You better start acting more respectfully to me," she shouted. If it wasn't for her great self-restraint, she would have already taught a lesson to this guy who didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Wuxia only smiled and didn't say anything else, or maybe he was too lazy to do so. She took a deep breath to calm down and then said in a serious manner while looking at him, "If you have an imperial bloodline, you should have a different plan. There are wider paths for you to take, battles await your advance." Wuxia turned to slowly and carefully look at her. She didn't know why she felt so uncertain when subjected to his glance like this. She felt as if she was being completely stripped by his insipid eyes. All of her concealing methods were useless. "Have you seen enough?" She raised her head and coldly stared at him. "A very good bag of skin." He withdrew his gaze and flatly said, "Worthy of being from the exquisite valley." She felt like vomiting blood after hearing this. She wasn't only from the valley. If she revealed her true identity, she could look down on the entire heaven spirit world. Countless men would want to marry her. But according to Wuxia, she was only a good bag of skin. If this could even be considered a compliment, it was the most disdainful one she had ever heard in her life. A homicidal impulse arose from Wuxia's triggering words. She had to try quite hard to stabilize her emotions. "Little woman, don't you know?" Wuxia lazily glanced at her and said, "If I wanted to stay as a son-in-law at Golden Isle, then you would have spoiled my business. If that was the case, then you would have to be my concubine to make up for it. No, you are still not enough to even be a bed-warming maid." She had managed to calm down a second ago only to be infuriated once again. She gritted her teeth while trembling. "Would you die if you stopped boasting for a single second?" One could hear the sound of her teeth grinding together. If she didn't want to maintain her ladylike demeanor, she would have ruthlessly bitten big chunks out of him. Chapter 1165, Exquisite Valley. Lord Wuxia laughed and replied, "Boast? I am simply stating a fact. The only reason you were able to bring me here is because I had no intention of becoming Golden Isle's groom." She coldly grunted in response, "So you are saying that you are confident to the point of thinking that you can sweep through the world?" "Sweeping through the world? No problem. For example, I could have helped the Isle capture you. Just one hand would have been enough to suppress you." Wuxia smiled. "You." She wanted to vomit blood again. Even someone with more self-restraint would become angry after being repeatedly provoked by Wuxia like this. Even a Buddha made out of mud would become angry at times. She once again proved her great emotional control. "I won't lower myself to your level." He smiled and ignored her while enjoying this familiar and unforgettable scent carried on the air by the blowing winds. After a good while, she eventually asked him, "What sect are you from? Which immortal emperor is your ancestor?" He glanced at her and chuckled, "You should have prepared better if you wanted to take me away from Golden Isle. The valley has an amazing network, so is there something at the heaven spirit world that you can't find out? Why bother to ask such a simple question?" This girl truly had a good temper. The fact was that she really wanted to give him a good beating because of his attitude. She had never seen anyone like him. However, she went quiet after hearing this response because she couldn't find out anything about him. Every lineage in the heaven spirit world had some ties with the exquisite valley. These powerful sects were all in-laws. The issue was that they found nothing on Wuxia, as if he had just appeared out of nowhere overnight. "Want to know something? Anyone would want to beat you up after seeing your infuriating attitude." She coldly said, "Has no one told you this before?" "I know that very well." He chuckled, "Many people in this world want to beat me up. If you want to as well, then you will have to join the line. It might take another 100,000 years though. Plus, I'm afraid someone who can take me down has yet to appear in this world." The girl realized that this man couldn't deviate from his narcissistic tendencies for even a sentence. Each one was arrogant and crazy. She didn't know what kind of person actually gave birth to this man. She changed her posture and went straight back to business. "The imperial bloodline is incredible. If utilized correctly, you could rekindle your ancestors' glory and rule the 9 worlds. However, you should also know that this world is vast with hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. You are not the only one with an imperial bloodline. Moreover, even this great bloodline can't look down on other people from humble beginnings. For millions of years, countless ordinary experts have triumphed over imperial bloodlines. Vagabonds and those who come from tiny sects can still accept the heavens' will and become emperors." She spoke earnestly while calmly staring at him. "Brittle is trouble. Your imperial bloodline might be an advantage, but if you are blinded by your own arrogance, you will die one day. At that point, it will not only be a personal loss, but also a loss to the entire human race, especially the ones at the heaven spirit world. These were her heartfelt thoughts. She said them for Wuxia's own good. After hearing this, he carefully looked at her again. This time, he finally took her seriously. She met his gaze sincerely and didn't try to hide anything. "Is that what you wanted to say?" He smiled and answered, "Really, don't you think it's funny? Your valley marries off brilliant bloodlines, both males and females, in order to build stability for your sex position as well as strengthening your influence. Your progenitors' thought in the beginning was to spread your bloodlines to the entire heaven spirit world so that all the lineages would have traces of the exquisite valley. From this, the valley would be able to influence this world's overarching direction." He chuckled at this point. "I have to admit, your progenitor was ambitious enough by carrying out this step." He continued on cheerfully, "The original idea was to spread your own valley's bloodlines to the others, but now, you are paying attention to someone else's bloodline and even want to compete for it against Golden Isle. Don't you think this is quite interesting?" She looked him in the eyes and said, "Our valley bears no malice against you. We don't want to take your imperial bloodline for our own or do anything to you." She spoke in a candid manner. "The only reason I took you away from the Isle was to tell you that you don't need to be a stallion with your bloodline, there's no need to submit to anyone. You can go even further and perhaps even reach for the heaven's will. With your imperial bloodline, you have a greater chance of becoming an emperor than anyone else." Wuxia chuckled and replied, "Is that right? How do you think I should go about doing that, or rather, how does your valley want to approach this? If I stay at your valley, will your sect marry several beauties with great bloodlines to me so that my legacy will be passed down? Or would your sect muster all of its effort to help me become an immortal emperor before betrothing more concubines to me? After all, the bloodline of an immortal emperor would prosper in your valley this way." She didn't know how to answer this. After all, the exquisite valley didn't have the same traditions and mission as the other lineages. Wuxia's gaze continued to pierce through her. She made no effort to hide, however, and let him look as much as he wanted in a very natural manner. It seemed that he was looking at her naked for a while before he laughed. How interesting, even you don't know what to do. Perhaps you took me out of Golden Isle to let my bloodline be passed down at your exquisite valley. With this bloodline, your sect will become even stronger in the future." She could only gently sigh. This ordinary man was not ordinary at all. It could even be said that he was quite frightening since nothing could escape his eyes. Perhaps this was the charm and charisma of an imperial bloodline, its true potential. Wuxia smirked and revealed, "I know full well that you are the current master of the exquisite valley. However, even with your position, you don't have enough authority there." Her expression greatly shifted as she took a step back and stared at Wuxia in disbelief. "How do you know that I am the exquisite valley lord? Have you seen me before?" However, she thought about it carefully and was certain that they had never met before. At the very least, she absolutely didn't see him in the past. "You are overthinking it." He gently shook his head. "I haven't met you before, but after seeing the imprint in your bloodline, I knew right away that you are the current lord. After all, an ancient bloodline is running through your veins." She felt a chill inside. This man was getting scarier and scarier. Wuxia leaned back with his hands on the seahorse and spoke freely. "Despite being the lord, you don't have absolute power there. A few matters are decided by the ancestors. I'm curious about what thoughts you have regarding one particular issue." She had to ask, "What issue?" He elaborated, "If your ancestors don't have the same ideas as you and only want to treat me as a stallion, to pass down my imperial bloodline at your valley, what are your thoughts on this?" The girl pondered for a bit. Wuxia's line of thought was not unreasonable. Their valley collected the best bloodlines in this world and wouldn't give up on an imperial bloodline from the human race. Or one day, if your ancestors want to betroth you to me or have you be my bed warmer, in short, a breeding tool, what do you think about this? Will you agree to be my woman too? He said with a grin. Chapter 1166, Kong Qinru She could find a response at this moment. It was just like he said, she couldn't decide certain things by herself. Even though she wanted to make a change, she would ultimately need the support of the entire sect. And in his example, if the exquisite valley wanted to multiply Li Qiya's bloodline, perhaps they would even pick her as an incubator. As the lord of the valley, what could she do about it? Li Qiya smiled at the mysterious girl and said, "What do you want from me? An imperial bloodline, or an immortal emperor as well as an imperial bloodline?" She took a deep breath and replied, "You're thinking too much. As someone with an imperial bloodline from the human race, I only want you to go on an even wider path." "I got it now." Li Qiya's eyes slightly flashed as he answered leisurely, "You taking me away from Golden Isle was not the intent of the exquisite valley but rather your own. It seems like you want to make a change, a reformation of the valley, or rather, you hope that the valley itself could use these bloodlines to strengthen itself, unlike the current valley that relies on the bloodlines to affect the overall situation of the heaven spirit world." He laughed out loud at this point. "Little girl, this is not just a change. It is a complete revamp that shakes the entire foundation of your exquisite valley." How did you know?" She was frightened at this point with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. She had never revealed this to anyone. She was determined to change the valley's ways, but it was a secret decision that only she knew about. Li Qiya smiled, "Little girl, it seems like you want to kill me to keep this a secret. That's not a smart idea. Watch it or I'll end you instead." She took even more steps back. This man was much more terrifying than she imagined. She felt as if she was without a stitch of clothing in the face of his all-seeing gaze. He turned towards the far ocean and flatly said, "It is a good intention, but it might not be successful and it isn't necessarily suitable either." She couldn't help but eventually ask, "Why is it not suitable?" "Because this is the heaven spirit world." He smiled, "If your valley becomes capable of using your own bloodlines, experts will come in waves. If it can even produce an immortal emperor, what do you think the other races will feel about this?" With that, he turned back to her and said, "I'm afraid many lineages would be more than willing to destroy your exquisite valley and divide your bloodlines." She contemplated for a moment before asking once more, "Are there no other ways?" She didn't know why, but she started asking for his opinions. "That would depend on your own thoughts." He slowly elaborated, "The best way is to move away from the heaven spirit world when the time is right. Your valley has both bloodlines and resources. It would be much stronger in any other location. After all, this is not a world for humans, the majority of the human race isn't here." She thought about this relocation. It was not like she hadn't thought about it before, but even if she were to make up her mind one day, the ancestors wouldn't agree. After all, the exquisite valley had been here for countless years. It had built a solid foundation and was deeply rooted in the heaven spirit world. If they were to move away, then that was tantamount to giving up on their foundation. All of the efforts from their past wise sages would drift away with the current. He claimed, "If you want to reform, then you must have peerless courage and determination. Without this, it is all empty talk." After contemplating for a long time, she finally lifted her head to look at him and earnestly said, "Are you really from the heaven spirit world?" She finally realized the true terror of this man ahead. Even though she couldn't see his cultivation, he was unperturbed in the face of danger. This showed just how powerful he was. This person would be renowned in the world no matter the generation. However, she had never heard of the name Li Qiya before. This gave room for a bolder idea. She suspected that this person was not someone from the heaven spirit world but an outsider instead. Li Qiya smiled and said, "Little girl, you are not stupid at all. It seems that you are indeed a bit gifted. That's why you are the Valley Lord." The confirmation from Li Qiya shocked her. She wanted to inquire further, but Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve. Where I'm from doesn't matter. Just heed my words, never hinder my path. Out of consideration for the fact that you are a human, perhaps I will lend you a hand if possible. However, if you hinder my path, I will annihilate you all the same. She slowly spoke, we don't have a conflict of interest. Li Qiye only smiled at this response. Eventually, the girl removed her concealment to reveal her true form. She bowed before Li Qiye, my name is Kong Qinru. I didn't know that young noble Li was a master, so I have offended you. She sincerely revealed her intention in order to become friends with Li Qiye. He slowly walked forward. This girl before him was truly beautiful. She was on the same level as Li Shuangyan and the other girls. Of course, she still had a ways to go compared to Bu Yanxiang or Ming Yeshue. Her hair was like a waterfall, soft and elegant. Her eyes were as bright as pearls. They would shine in the dark and revealed her wisdom. Her figure could be described as perfect due to its slim size and gracefulness. The eyes of all spectators would light up in her presence. Her soft breasts were towering and plump while she herself was tall and slender. It was truly difficult to criticize her figure. Adorning herself with a green garment made her look like a piece of exquisite jade in the blue sea. She was wise and far-sighted with a gentle beauty. Li Qiye stopped looking and smiled, descendants from the Kong clan are always decent. It seems like they found a good successor in you. She wanted to say something else, but only a sigh came out. Li Qiye looked towards the horizon and said, whether you have something to ask me or not, you need to do something first. She was in a difficult position because she had witnessed this man's overbearing nature. He was not requesting her service but commanding her. It was strange because she was the leader of a great power. Even the Golden Owl Lord wouldn't dare to give her orders. She took a deep breath and said, what does young noble Li need me to do? Find someone for me. He slowly said, this shouldn't be hard given the great network that the exquisite valley has at the heaven spirit world, right? She gently sighed in secrecy. At this moment, she understood that it was not her who captured him. From the very beginning, he had already come up his plan, so he decided to go with her. She trembled a bit. It seemed that everything was within his grasp, even this vast world was no exception. She didn't know why she had this feeling. In short, after their short interaction, she became afraid of this man. She nodded her head, as long as the person you are trying to find is still at the heaven spirit world, we will try our best to uncover some clues. It will only be a matter of time. Li Qiye also nodded in a carefree manner, I'm confident in your valley. If the exquisite valley can't find someone in this world, other lineages would find it even more difficult. After saying this, he stared at her and smiled, what are your plans after capturing me? Where is your path of retreat? She had to answer, my destination is Peacock Land. Li Qiye laughed out loud and said, it seems like you didn't plan to bring me back to the valley and instead wanted to hide me away. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He was right, she really didn't plan to bring him back to the exquisite valley. The valley was located at the Abyss Sea, so there was no need for them to go to Peacock Land if she wanted to bring him back to the valley. Chapter 1167, Humans are only sojourners. Li Qiye smilingly said, then let's go to the land of the peacocks, it will be our first stop. She didn't say anything else, only pulling the reins of the seahorse to lead the way. Her actions were quite natural without any hint of suddenness. At this moment, she herself was startled at the lack of awkwardness. She was the lord of the exquisite valley, a great figure at the heaven spirit world, but today, she was acting as a mere guide. No one would believe it even if they were to see this scene. Little girl, come on up, stop dawdling around. Li Qiye then patted the seahorse. Kong Qinru took a quick look at him. She didn't say anything before jumping up and gracefully sitting behind him. Li Qie once again used her chest as a pillow. His head sank into her valley as he spoke, "Go." She was immediately infuriated. She thought that he was acting like a gentleman and didn't want her to walk on the long journey. However, it turns out that he only wanted to use her as a pillow. She had the impulse to kick this man off the horse, but after what happened earlier, all of her anger went away. This was strange because if it was any other man, she would definitely kick him off to the horizon if they took advantage of her in such a frivolous manner. However, this man ahead looked natural and carefree as if this was no big deal. Nothing could ever faze him and he would just do as he pleased. There were no sexual thoughts or perverted intentions in his actions. Ultimately, resting on a beauty seemed to be a natural course for this man. It didn't matter if the girl was a goddess or a fairy from the heavens. In the end, Kong Qinru could only wryly smile and urge the seahorse forward. This seahorse was superb with incredible speed and few flaws. It was even more uncatchable in the sea since it came and went as fast as lightning. Earlier, why did you say that the heaven spirit world is not a home for humans? She looked at him leaning against her chest and asked the question that had been looming over her mind. This has never been a suitable place for residence. He said, even though the 9 worlds are sealed right now, humans should be staying at other places. For millions of years, many invincible generations of humans have appeared in the heaven spirit world. However, the majority of them didn't establish sects here, they would rather travel away from this world. The truth is that I do admire the courage and determination of your valley's progenitor. Building a lineage here must have required great courage. He blinked and looked at her at this point. Why is it unsuitable? In her opinion, there was no problem with the heaven spirit world. At the very least, she really liked living here. There are many reasons. He flatly said, for example, the human race is born to live on vast lands. The heaven spirit world, on the other hand, is full of oceans. This is not in accordance with human nature. Another reason is that the human race has been weak for a very long time in this world. We're far from being comparable to the charming spirits, sea demons and treants. These are not the root cause, right? She could pick out a few clues from Li Qie's words and said, if an immortal emperor really wanted to build a lineage in this world, he could shift the earth and oceans. There would be no need to live at sea. Good observation. He closed his eyes and continued, yes, they are not the main reasons. The point is that this world is not the world of us humans. In the end, we will still have to leave, for this is not where our root is. Why specifically must we leave? She consulted respectfully while feeling that her knowledge was quite shallow compared to this man, despite being the Valley Lord. Because of the root of this world. Li Qie lightly stated, if you wish to understand it, you would have to trace back to very ancient and unrecallable matters. He went on, to keep it simple, why is it that only this world has treants and sea demons? Why can't they leave the heaven spirit world? Even if they did, they would have to return eventually. Let's take Tree Fathers as an example. Once someone is strong enough to be at their level, they would be comparable to immortal emperors, but eventually, they would still come back here to take root to become a tree that shoulders the world and protects their descendants. For what reason? While Li Qie was speaking, Kong Qinru was deep in thought. This had always been a part of life in the heaven spirit world. No one would give it a second thought, but now, it seemed to have some other intriguing implications. In the end, this world is not ours. It is a world for treants and sea demons. He said, humans are only passing travelers in this world. The majority leave, only a few remain. She asked, then what about charming spirits? Why can they stand strong here? The strength of the charming spirit race was even mightier than the treants and sea demons. They took root in this world without being affected or weakened at all. Charming spirits? He smiled and said, they are the favored children of the heavens. Humans can't compare to charming spirits in many aspects. At least, this is what people say. Moreover, they have secret resources and reserves in this world that are beyond your imagination. I don't quite understand. She inquired. Though I have never left this world, there are records stating that humans can reproduce and take root anywhere. That's true. He smilingly replied, if charming spirits are the favored children of the heavens, then humans are the thorns in the heaven's heart. They take root everywhere they go and nail themselves down. You can imagine humans as locusts. Moreover, their reproductive capabilities are second to none. With that, he opened his eyes again and said, earlier, I wasn't saying that humans can't take root here in the heaven spirit world. Not having a continent and being few in number aren't real problems. If they really wanted to make this their home, no one would be able to stop them. But ultimately, the answer is still the same. He paused to sigh at this point. This is ultimately not a home for humans. Those who have been to the other 8 worlds, even if they aren't very powerful, will still instinctively not want to stay in this world. At the end of the day, only humans incapable of leaving or those who don't want to leave would take root here. Of course, there are also those determined to grow strong in this world like your exquisite valley. As for the powerful immortal emperors, they were able to see through a few things and didn't want to take root here. Why is that? She inferred a few things from the conversation and felt quite inquisitive. What secrets are hidden in the heaven spirit world? Are there more stories behind it? Wuxia stared at her for a good while before slowly starting again. You won't be able to understand a few things, it is beyond your level of comprehension. Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing sometimes. For example, the current you feels that the heaven spirit world is a great place for a home. Isn't this a wonderful and happy feeling? My lack of knowledge does not deter my willingness to learn. She sincerely said, you can give me guidance, after all. He raised his head to take a serious look at her beautiful face before smiling and resting back on her soft and plump breasts. While appreciating the sweet fragrance, he said, what will you do after knowing? Can you change things? This is something that even immortal emperors can't accomplish, let alone you. If you want to change, it is very simple. Move the exquisite valley out of the heaven spirit world. That will be your change. She asked, what about the other humans here? Look at the sky. Wuxia leisurely said, as long as it is a place with life, there will be humans. Not to mention that you are only a cultivator, even if you were creation itself, you still wouldn't be able to control everything. Humans scatter all around the 9 heavens and 10 earths, will you be able to manage all of them? He smiled, if you really are thinking about the human race, then move out. As you can imagine, your valley spreads many bloodlines and even more humans in this world. Plus, a large number of humans are staying in this world because of your valley as well. Kong Qinru's heart felt quite heavy after hearing this. Her valley was the most powerful human lineage in this world. As its lord, she had a great responsibility. Whether intentional or not, she felt that, in a way, the valley had to shoulder the human race. There is no savior in this world. Even if there was one, they could save the world, but not every single person in it. He slowly said, if you want to make a difference, then don't focus on the small stuff and instead the overarching situation. I'll keep that in mind. She took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. His words made her even more determined to make a change. Wuxia smiled and rested once more. He had said everything he needed to. As for the future, let it be up to her own fortune. Chapter 1168, Peacock Land. The human race was one of the rare races in the heaven spirit world. Outside of those scattered across the world, they gathered in 2 famous locations. The first was the renowned Exquisite Valley. It was one of the top lineages, so there were many human mortals and cultivators there. Of course, the excellent bloodlines of the humans all came from this valley. If one couldn't find a suitable bloodline there, they would be hard-pressed to find one anywhere else. The other base for the human race was Peacock Land. However, the land of the peacocks was in great decline in the present day. It could no longer be compared to the exquisite valley. Legend states that in its most prosperous generation, it was even greater than the valley. It was a landmass that spanned tens of thousands of miles. This was not much if placed in the other 8 worlds, it could only be considered the territory of a nation at best. However, in this world of boundless oceans, this vast landmass was already considered a great continent. One could see rolling hills and green trees everywhere in this place, making it look full of life. Smoke from kitchens lingered in the air with roosters crowing and dogs barking continuously. This was a land full of legends. It didn't always have the name Peacock Land. The name was eventually changed due to the Peacock Treefather. It is said that a long time ago, this place was a very small landmass with only around 100 miles of territory. It was not so much a continent as it was a large island. Later on, the Peacock Treefather met his maker in this place and returned to the origin. He took root and refined the nearby sea region, turning it into a continent. From then on, Peacock Land became prosperous under the protection of the Treefather. Humans were able to live here peacefully from one generation to another. In principle, the Treefather was still part of the Treant race. He should have opened a new land for the Treants, but he chose to do so for the humans. There was a legend about this story. When he was younger, he was a wandering Treant that was abandoned by his parents. He eventually wandered to this island and was adopted by a nice couple who then raised him. He grew up here where human cultivators taught him how to cultivate. They opened the doors to this world of cultivation for him, a door that he had never seen before. As he became stronger and stronger, he traveled the heaven spirit world and even the 9 worlds. Ultimately, he still viewed this landmass as his home despite being a Treant, for he considered himself a human. Eventually, he met his end. Even though he couldn't pass down his legacy, he still took root here to make Peacock Land even larger for the other humans, a land of contentment. Splash! The seahorse leaped out of the ocean and stepped onto Peacock Land. Wuxia was still resting with his eyes closed on Kong Qinru's chest as if all in this world had nothing to do with him. Kong Qinru was hiding her body again so that no one could tell that she was the exquisite Valley Lord. If Golden Owl knew that she was the one who seized their groom, things would be quite problematic. She slowly said as the seahorse landed, "We've arrived at Peacock Land." While taking in the fragrance of the earth and the breath of the continent, the scent of the flowers and trees, Wuxia took several deep breaths and opened his eyes. With majestic hills and scary peaks that towered all the way to the skydome like giants, this was a scene of greenery as far as the eyes could see. It gave spectators an incredible feeling. Others wouldn't notice anything, but this Peacock Land looked different in Wuxia's eyes. He was seeing the approaching twilight. Despite its lush and vibrant appearance, Wuxia saw a huge old tree. Even though its branches and leaves were still fresh, the body itself was aged and near death. Wuxia quietly spoke while looking at this land, Peacock Land. The Peacock Treefather will wither eventually, and that time is not far from now. Kong Qinru felt quite sad inside after hearing this. A Treefather would take root in the earth to protect their descendants. This was the difference between an immortal emperor and a Treefather. Immortal emperors would eventually leave, but Treefathers would stay for generations. Nevertheless, this didn't mean that they were everlasting. Even these divine trees would wither one day. Returning to the earth was another method of living longer, but it was still not immortality. Of course, this period was still extremely long relative to the lifespan of mortals and even cultivators. Wuxia looked at Kong Qinru and said, "In the future, humans at the heaven spirit world will only have one base left." She went quiet for a moment before helplessly speaking, "Maybe in 2 or 3 generations, the Treefather will die and Peacock Land will collapse with him." When a Treefather died after taking root, a large part of the earth refined by him would also fall. For example, at least Peacock Land would be destroyed after the Treefather's death. Moreover, the remaining land would become increasingly barren until it eventually became uninhabitable. Li Qie nonchalantly commented, "When it is time to leave, one has to leave." She could only sigh gently. In fact, this had been the trend for a while now. Many cultivators would migrate. Remember that this place used to be extremely prosperous with several powerful human lineages due to the Treefather's protection. However, as the tree grew older, these powerful lineages began to decline and moved away from this land. They didn't leave the heaven spirit world, instead moving to other territories. Some even chose to become tributaries to the other three great races. In fact, many cultivators here understood that there was not much time left for the Peacock Treefather. Those who were able to move away had already left. Only mortals or weaker cultivators would stay here, or those who had a deep attachment to this land. The seahorse slowly moved forward. Some villages began to appear among the rolling mountains. The smoke that wafted from them made it seem like this was a land of paradise. However, there was no escaping the signs of withering. It seemed that the young and robust had started moving away. Only orphans, widows, and the old were left in these villages. The truth was not far from this depressing description. The capable have all left, leaving behind the mortals and those who couldn't make it. Even though the exquisite valley also had a branch in this place, Kong Qinru couldn't conveniently come here at this moment. Of course, a cunning rabbit has 3 nests. There was more than just one stopping point belonging to the valley here. She brought Li Qie to a house with a fully enclosed courtyard in a small village. The owner of this house was a disciple of the valley disguising as a vagabond. "Do you have any plans, young noble Li?" she asked after preparing a place for him. "If possible, I will wait for your message." He looked at her and said, "Once you find the whereabouts of the person I'm looking for, I will set off immediately." She wanted to say something but decided to swallow her words. She nodded instead, "Don't worry, young noble. I have sent the order. As long as we find the person you are looking for, we'll receive updates right away." Li Qie nodded back. He was very confident in the valley's ability to find Su Yonghuang. "I will go say goodbye to the Peacock Treefather tomorrow," he said as she was leaving. She paused and turned around to say, "I'll go with you to the Peacock Peak tomorrow." "Very well," he replied, "prepare some incense for me. There might not be another chance in the future after this offering." Her heart sank again as she gently sighed, "I will." Regardless of whether she was willing to accept this fact or not, the Peacock Treefather was indeed wilting away. Chapter 1169, Peacock Tree. The Peacock Peak was where the Treefather died and turned into a gigantic tree. It was tall enough to pierce into the white clouds and blue sky, a giant standing and protecting everything on this continent. Not just anyone could come here. Only cultivators at a particular level could withstand the power of the peak and climb up. One would see that the top of the peak was completely flat like a small martial ground. The stone surface seemed to have been polished. In the past, countless Treant disciples came here and meditated when the peacock tree was still vibrant with life. They wanted to rely on the tree to understand the Grand Tao. Countless people came and went, their footprints wearing away the surface, which was why the stone surface here was so shiny. Li Qie came very early to perform an offering ceremony for the peacock tree. In fact, this was him sending away one of the great tree fathers to the end of his journey. The withering of the tree was only a matter of time. Everything would turn into ashes afterward. The world would lose the remaining traces of the tree father. When they arrived, some people could be seen already worshipping the tree. The tree itself was not very tall, only around 3 meters tall. The body was old with hardened bark. The cracked bark resembled dragon scales. Although they had lost their luster, one could still feel their toughness. There weren't many branches left, only around 3 or 5 with very few leaves growing on them. Although these leaves were still quite green, they gave off a sense of decay. Plumes of smoke were curling before the tree. People were lighting incense in order to worship him. There was a young man wearing a hemp robe. Even though he didn't emit a powerful aura, a very majestic power emerged when he blinked. His whole body exuded the breath of vegetation, making others want to approach him. He was clearly from the Treant race. 3 old men stood behind him, all with vast blood energies. One didn't even need to look at them to know that they were experts. It was easy to infer the young man's status if he had these 3 old men as his company. In fact, apart from Wuxia and this young man, people came to offer their respects from all over. Everyone knew that in the near future, the peacock tree will die. The human cultivators in this world were grateful for his protection for so many generations. This land gave them a place to live and work. After offering the incense, the young man stood there and watched the smoke drift away without saying anything. Once Wuxia and Kong Qinru made it to the top, the young man finally said, "Let's go." With that, he and the old men left. As he was walking by, he bowed to greet Wuxia and Kong Qinru in a very polite manner. Kong Qinru nodded back to reciprocate the gesture while Wuxia didn't say anything, he only gave him a quick glance. After that group left, Wuxia flatly said, "A good pair of wood pupils, it has been a while since someone like that showed up from the Treants." She was surprised to hear him say this. With a single glance, Wuxia could discern the person's secret. This was a bit too terrifying. She stated, "He is one of the descendants of the Heavenvine Citadel, Tingjiwan. He just reached Virtuous Paragon a few years ago, a very promising youth." Because of her concealment, the youth from earlier couldn't recognize her. However, since she was the Valley Lord, she recognized the many famous cultivators in this world. Wuxia didn't say anything else and stepped before the peacock tree. He placed down his incense sticks and stared at the withering tree in silence for a long time. Eventually, he gently sighed and said, "Eternal life is too far away. Even a treefather cannot escape death and has to return to the origin in the end." With that, he lit the incense and bowed to the peacock tree. In his eyes, the treefather was still an amazing existence. Moreover, he had protected the humans for many generations. Kong Qinru did the same with reverence straight from the heart. After the ceremony, Wuxia gently touched the tree's hard bark. With a buzz, his hand suddenly disappeared into the tree like passing through a portal of water. He closed his eyes and stood there as if he was sleeping. After a while, he withdrew his hand and concluded, "The peacock tree will die within 50,000 years." This was shocking to Kong Qinru. She thought the treefather could still hold on for another 2 or 3 generations. This was much faster than she imagined. She murmured in a daze, "Only 50,000 years?" Wuxia spoke emotionlessly, "To be exact, it could struggle on for another 40,000 years. The rest of the time will depend on how attached it is to this land. Regardless, the day will come when it has to let everything go." She suddenly became quite dejected. She felt helpless because there was nothing she could do to change the situation. She could only sigh and say, "Even treefathers will die one day. No one can save them. I just hope that it will come slowly." "Who told you that?" Wuxia chuckled under the tree, "It depends on the person. Going against the heavens to replenish one's longevity is not an impossible matter." Such words rang like bells in her mind. She immediately looked up to stare at the nonchalant fella in disbelief while trembling. You mean to say that you can replenish the peacock tree's lifespan?" She nervously stared at him while shaking despite being a great valley lord. He glanced at her then back at the tree and lightly said, "Even though these treefathers take root in the earth, they are still similar to cultivators with a chance to replenish their life. This also applies to the peacock tree. Moreover, it has never undergone this procedure before, so the probability of success is even higher. Are you telling the truth? She suddenly became spirited with hope filling her heart while looking at Wuxia with excitement. My words are 100 times more precious than pearls. He looked at her and stated, besides, this is common knowledge. Going against the heavens to replenish life is the most basic technique of an alchemist. If any alchemist was present, they would vomit blood in anger or be struck with such great insecurity that they would feel the urge to commit suicide by slamming into tofu. Life replenishment was a very lofty goal for alchemists, only legendary alchemists were able to accomplish this. Moreover, success was not certain either. But now, according to Wuxia, this was the most basic of means. So you are saying that you can replenish the tree's life? Her eyes were bright as she tried to get confirmation. It's possible. He said while looking at the tree, since it has never done this before, the first life replenishment has very good odds and the length will be quite long. For an existence like this tree, living for another 8 or 10 generations would not be a problem if the procedure is successful. She exclaimed, then what are you waiting for? Hurry and replenish its life. He slowly looked back at her and said, why should I replenish its life? It is not my relative or an elder. You are a human. She stated, the tree has protected the human race so long that it's only right for you to reciprocate the kindness. Wuxia chuckled and shook his head in response, little girl, why do you think so? There have been many people who have accomplished many things for the human race. Does that mean that I have to do something for them or their descendants as well? Countless wise sages and invincible existences have fought for the survival of the human race. Compared to them, the things that the peacock tree has done can't reach the apex. Her face turned red, she didn't know what to say in this situation. He glanced over her direction and flatly said, there are choices in everything and everyone. For example, the old wise sages pushing the human race forward or the peacock tree taking root in this place, they made their decision. They did not walk on this path to ask for repayment from future generations. They simply walked their own path with great responsibility and perseverance, staying true to their pursuit to the very end. Chapter 1170, Fate of the Peacock Tree. Kong Qinru pondered Wuxia's words. Setting other matters aside, she didn't really know him. Plus, he was not someone from the heaven spirit world, so why should he replenish the Treefather's life? Wuxia continued on with a smile, there are too many injustices in this world, too many powerless thoughts, too many things that people don't want to do. Even a savior cannot save everyone in this world or satisfy all of their prayers. Moreover, I am not a savior or a charitable person. She asked, how do we replenish its life? Wuxia shook his head and said, it is useless even if you know because only I can do it. Plus, the price is not small. She took a deep breath and solemnly asked him, what can convince you to replenish its life? He smilingly shook his head, little girl, you can't offer what I want. She breathed deeply once more before offering, if you are willing to do so and if it is a success, you can have whatever you want, including marrying me and having a great position in the exquisite valley. Her eyes directly met his gaze in a natural manner with great persistence and earnestness. He noticed her stare and laughed, I'm not looking down on you, but I need to make things clear. Let's not talk about treasures, just the proposed marriage and entrance to the exquisite valley alone. You are thinking too highly of yourself. First of all, I have an imperial bloodline, countless women in this world want to be my Tao companion. For example, the little brat from Golden Isle. Which aspects do you have that are better than her? Beauty, intelligence, sexiness, or maybe talents? Now take a step back and pretend that I don't have an imperial bloodline. Marrying you would be my loss. It would be you taking advantage of me, not the other way around. The truth is always grating to the ears, but you are not qualified to be my wife. he concluded with a smile. Such words left Kong Qinru speechless. As the exquisite valley master, she wasn't only enchantingly beautiful, she also possessed an excellent bloodline. Countless others at the heaven spirit world wanted to marry her. As long as she gave the okay, even the descendant of the most powerful sect would be willing to do so. But now, this ordinary person that couldn't be more ordinary considered these things that she had been so proud of as things not worth mentioning. Her demeanor eventually dimmed as she helplessly said, "I have overestimated myself." "You are right, how can it be that easy to replenish a treefather's life? The price must be too great. You misunderstood me." He smiled and said, "It is not that I want something outrageous, it's just that the process itself is costly." She didn't know what to say, for this was beyond the scope of her abilities. It was just that Wuxia gave her hope just now. Wuxia continued, "Why are you so insistent on this? In fact, this doesn't affect you too much and, to be frank, if Peacock Land ceases to exist, it would make the exquisite valley even more precious, don't you think?" She looked into his eyes and said, "True, this has no effect on the valley, but it is a different story for the inhabitants here. Without their home, they would no longer have a place in this world." For many people, there were only two places at the heaven spirit world, the mainland of the exquisite valley and Peacock Land. Without one of them, it will be one less home for the human race and half of their hope will be extinguished. Moreover, countless creatures would perish with the withering of the Treefather. She sighed helplessly at this point. This was not to say that she was overly humane and kind or someone who was too weak to accept death. It was because, as the exquisite valley lord, the most influential person of the human race, she wanted to work for the welfare of her race. She wished for peace and hope for the rest of her kin. Life and death are part of nature. Wuxia faintly smiled. After millions of years, how many people have died in wars? And how many people are currently living in Peacock Land? I'm sure this number is less than 1/10 the number of people who will die in a battle for the heaven's will. Even if this place collapses, it is insignificant for the human race in the grand scheme of things. I know that. She answered, but it is another beacon of hope for the humans here. Hope? He was amused by this notion. This hope is a cause of death, the death of their future, the death of their descendants. Because Peacock Land and Exquisite Valley are there, more humans will decide to stay at the heaven spirit world. Without these two, this amount would be quite negligible. She contemplated for a moment before replying, "Maybe you are right, my vision is quite short-sighted. I only want to do a few things for the future generations. A little glimmer of hope is the only thing I can offer to our kind here, the hope of a peaceful and happy life." Wuxia looked at her in silence for a while before gently shaking his head. "Little girl, this world is not meant for a peaceful and happy life, at least, not for humans. One day, you will understand why it is not their home, but maybe you won't be able to wait until that time." Kong Qinru replied, "So what if you are right? For experts and real heaven-defying existences, they can leave the moment the 9 worlds are connected again. But what about the others? What about the mortals? Even if they wanted to leave, there is nothing they can do." Wuxia flatly answered, "Like I said before, if you're really thinking for the sake of the human race, the wisest thing to do is to prepare to move the exquisite valley out of the heaven spirit world. The 9 worlds are vast, there will be a new foothold for you somewhere." She weakly said, "Maybe, but even if I wanted to, it won't be that easy. 3-meter deep snow isn't formed overnight." He shook his head. "The price I'm referring to isn't treasures or spirit pills or even alchemy ingredients. In short, it isn't something you or your valley can afford." She was at a loss for words. He waved his sleeve dismissively. "Such an exchange is required at times. There's no need to think about it any further. As for some other items that I require, you will be responsible for them." She nodded with great austerity. "Rest assured, just let me know whatever you need. I will not let you down." A fire of hope was ignited within her. If the peacock tree could live longer, the other resting place of the human race would continue to exist. With this home, people would continue to have hope. He didn't say anything else and opened his fate palace. An old tree emerged. There were several green branches growing from it with fresh leaves swaying in the breeze. Kong Qinru didn't know what this old tree was, but she felt that this inconspicuous-looking tree was not so simple. It wasn't strange that she didn't know about it, it wasn't due to a lack of knowledge on her part. In fact, outside of Li Qiye's group, those who had seen this tree simply didn't exist. The world had forgotten its name, let alone recognizing its appearance. At this time, the green branches of the myriad-aged tree slowly stretched out like tiny serpents. They drilled into the peacock tree in an instant. Chapter 1171, Replenishing Life for the Peacock Tree. These slightly green branches continued to stretch even further while inside the tree, as if they were going through the peacock tree's trunk all the way underground to reach every root. Kong Qinru was slightly stunned by this. Although a tree father would die and turn into these trees, no one could violate or shake them. Even an immortal emperor would have trouble doing so. But now, Li Qiye could control these branches to drill into the tree father's body before going underground. Any spectator would be dumbfounded by this scene. Li Qiye closed his eyes. He wanted to use the myriad-aged tree to check the peacock tree. As a tree father, the peacock tree was an untouchable existence. However, the myriad-aged tree was different. It was something nearly comparable to the longevity grass. Moreover, Li Qiye had no malicious intentions. He was only checking the peacock tree in order to make a comprehensive diagnosis. After a good while, he opened his eyes and told Kong Qinru, "Let's go." With that, he reached out with his finger. With a buzz, a door was opened. Before she could calm down, he dragged her to a different location. They reappeared at the bottom of the sea in front of an underwater cliff. This was the bottom of Peacock Land. She was shocked once again. Li Qiye could freely travel through space while locking onto a coordinate with incredible precision. This was the most frightening and heaven-defying method of travel she had seen yet. At this second, she didn't know how powerful Li Qiye was, for his techniques had exceeded her comprehension. Li Qiye placed his palm on the cliff, allowing Dao lines to emerge to form abstruse runes. Even a genius like Kong Qinru couldn't understand them in the slightest. The emerging runes eventually intertwined to form a portal. Li Qiye once again pulled the dazed girl into a different realm. She turned a bit silly while standing in this realm. The space inside was vast, as if it was an entirely different world. One wouldn't be able to see the end of this space. Gigantic dragons were dancing in the sky in all kinds of shapes and forms. Some were lying there, others were descending, while more were coiling about. However, upon a closer inspection, it turned out that these beings were not dragons but gigantic roots. These were the peacock tree's roots. However, it was much more majestic than how it was described, because they were simply too large. A few of them shouldered hills of accumulated mud, while other roots even had waterfalls running down from them. When one looked up high, many bright flashing stars could be seen in the sky. These are the peacock tree's roots? She was quite shaken to see this. The tree father had turned into a tree after death, but this world was completely inaccessible to outsiders. It was because these roots were the foundation of the tree father. If they were damaged, the land created by the tree would be damaged as well. Don't be fooled by its magicalness. Li Qiye lightly said, "This place is at its end and extremely close to exhaustion. Otherwise, it would be even more magnificent." This reminder made her look twice. At this time, she noticed that these thick and huge roots were quite close to death, while some had withered already. If all of them did, then the tree itself would die. Li Qiye walked around these roots and observed every one of them. If necessary, he would cut off a lot of these roots. She followed right behind him as he was making the assessment. She wasn't an alchemist and didn't understand the Treefather's situation after returning to the earth. The only thing she could do was follow him and assist if asked. After a careful observation, he finally stood before the main root that was as large as a great mountain. At this time, he opened his fate palace to release the ancestor ginseng, the immortal injury peony, the 12 transformations dragon silkworm soulgrass. After seeing something like a true dragon soaring and howling in the sky, Kong Chinru stammered, 12 transformation soulgrass. The dragon soulgrass had been cultivating non-stop. More importantly, it had absorbed many good items, such as the roots of the phoenix ginseng as well as the pinnacle life water. She was shocked to see all of these immortal grasses. No, they were existences even above immortal grasses. The exquisite valley didn't have any of them. In fact, in the entire heaven spirit world, very few lineages could have immortal level medicines, let alone things like these. These things, she couldn't form a coherent thought at this moment. She finally understood what Wuxia meant earlier about how she couldn't provide the things he truly wanted. There was no need to think any further, she had to admit that few would be able to provide what he truly wanted in this world. He had this many existences even above the immortal level, what other things could actually tempt him? Something like a 12 transformation soulgrass was unheard of, let alone seeing one in person. Alright, listen up. Wuxia clapped while looking at the happy grasses. Here is a mission for everyone. Go into the main root and inject some essence and vitality into it. Incredible, this is the main root of a Treefather. Even the ancestor ginseng commented emotionally while looking at the enormous main root. It took a good look and continued, this Treefather is dying for sure. It won't be easy to save it without spending a massive amount of essence. Wuxia commanded, don't worry, you won't do it for nothing. Now try your best. We were waiting to hear those words. The ginseng cheered after hearing this. All of them quickly plunged into the main root. Even for them, replenishing the Treefather's life was very difficult due to the great price. However, Wuxia had more pinnacle life water, this was a great tonic for them. Can they do it? Kong Chinru asked. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, life replenishment for a Treefather isn't so simple. This is only the beginning. We are recovering some of its vitality before carrying out the more drastic measures. He glanced over the other thick roots and said, wait until it is a bit stronger. We will have to sever a lot of these roots or else it will die. Can it be done? She was quite worried. Cutting these roots would be a great loss for the tree, so of course it would be met with resistance. Even though the peacock tree was on the verge of death, it was still an existence that could easily kill god kings even in this state. It will agree. Wuxia said, if we don't chop off a large number of roots, they will consume more vitality in essence since all of them require these resources for replenishment. Although it won't be easy for it in the beginning after losing these roots, it will be much easier after this hurdle, and I'll save a huge amount of resources as well. She asked, how much time will this process take? It will take some time. You need to be ready for when I ask for help from your valley about certain things. He answered apathetically. For Wuxia, this was not a challenging matter. After all, he had even revived the myriad age tree before, let alone a simple life replenishment. However, there were two different methods for this process. If Wuxia wanted to finish things quickly, he would use the pinnacle life water. That would save him a lot of time and alchemy ingredients. However, this water was too precious to him. He would only use an extremely minuscule amount to act as the leading ingredient for the peacock tree. The true life replenishment would come from the other medicines using a different method. The truth was that Wuxia wouldn't be the only one to think this way. Even if immortal emperors had some pinnacle life water, they wouldn't necessarily use it to replenish someone else's life. It was too precious, much more precious than any immortal medicine. Thus, in order to minimize the amount of pinnacle life water spent, he would have to utilize a slower method. Chapter 1172, Teng Jiwen. Eventually, Li Qiye looked at the bunch of grasses connecting to the main root of the peacock tree before telling Kong Qinru, "Come, we have a lot of things to do." With that, he turned and left. After returning to the resting point of the exquisite valley, he wrote down a long list and handed it to her. "Go gather these things for me, as fast as possible." She carefully scanned the list. It contained many things such as pills and alchemy ingredients among other strange items. Some were quite common while others were even poisonous. She put the list away and cupped her fists to say, "Young noble Li, don't worry, I will personally go back to the exquisite valley. While I'm not here, just tell the other disciples if you ever need anything. They will take care of it for you." Li Qiye needed too many things that were quite precious, so she had to personally take a trip back. After she left, Li Qiye carried out his own business. He truly had too many things to do, such as working hard to sever the roots of the peacock tree. Moreover, he had to once more climb to the peak to prepare a grand stage for the entire land. This was indeed a great price to pay for life replenishment. Alchemy materials alone weren't enough, so Kong Qinru couldn't afford to pay this price. This tree used to be a tree father. The difficulty of this life replenishment was not much different from revitalizing an immortal emperor. Even with minimizing the use of pinnacle life water, the other method was quite expensive. It required a lot of life force, so Li Qiye had to prepare this stage for the final moment. While he did all of this, the valley maintained a steady stream of materials to him. Kong Qinru was very determined in this process. She spent painstaking efforts to gather the massive amount of materials and expensive treasures. Even as the master, she couldn't decide it all by herself due to the sheer amount that was involved. In order to do so, she worked hard to convince the other ancestors of the valley and gained their support. Due to the constant supply of materials, Li Qiye's plan was moving along quite smoothly. On this day, Li Qiye was at the top of the Peacock Peak and was using the myriad heavenly cauldron to unclog the blocked runic lines of the peacock tree. He controlled the cauldron with one hand and its fire with the other. This flame poured into the tree like a type of liquid. Because of its age, many of its runic channels were blocked. By doing this, it would buy a lot more time for the tree. However, in order to replenish its life, Li Qiye must get through all the blocked channels. Otherwise, its blood energy and essences would be quite limited, so the entire process would be meaningless. As he was clearing through these impassable channels, someone came to worship the peacock tree once more. It was the descendant of the Heavenvine Citadel that Li Qiye had met before, Teng Jiwen. The same three old men were following behind him. The moment Teng Jiwen reached the top, he saw Li Qiye burning the tree and immediately shouted in shock, "Stop, what are you trying to do?" He was a treant, so as one of its disciples, he was full of admiration for an existence like the peacock tree. So now, after seeing someone actually burning the tree father, he was astounded and wanted to stop the perpetrator. When he rushed over to see Li Qiye's cauldron pouring an endless amount of fire into the tree trunk, he was completely stunned. The elders following him were stunned as well. Their Heavenvine Citadel was also a lineage with a tree father, so they understood these great existences very well. Naturally, this scene was certainly astonishing. Teng Jiwen asked in disbelief, What are you doing?" Earlier when he told Li Qiye to stop, it was just an instinctive reaction. Coming from the Heavenvine Citadel, he naturally knew that ordinary people couldn't harm this ancestral tree that used to be a tree father. Li Qiye revealed a mysterious smile and spoke in a profound manner, "Life replenishment for the peacock tree." Life replenishment? Teng Jiwen and the three old men stared at each other. If this was a joke, then it certainly wasn't a funny one. However, all four of them were speechless at this moment. If others were to say this, they would be amused by the joke. However, the scene unraveling before them was too far removed from a joke. Wuxia didn't look like he was joking. More importantly, he could actually invade the peacock tree. This was simply inconceivable. When a tree father turned into an ancestral tree, it wouldn't keep its original sentience, it would become just like other trees. However, there was one aspect that was different: these ancestral trees were extremely powerful. Even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to invade them easily. It didn't matter if the peacock tree had given permission or Wuxia used a special technique, this was still a heaven-defying matter and definitely not a joke. The four of them then watched Wuxia add more gushing fire into the body of the tree. After a long while, Wuxia withdrew the flames and the cauldron. This was enough time to ameliorate these blocked runic pathways. Before leaving, he glanced at Tingjiwen and smiled. Life replenishment isn't such an easy matter. He drifted away coolly after leaving behind those words. Meanwhile, the four of them were still astounded, unable to say anything. A long time after Wuxia left, the group finally calmed down. Tingjiwen looked at the old man next to him and asked, "Third uncle, do you think this is possible?" The old man pondered for a moment before replying, "I really haven't heard of life replenishment for an ancestral tree before. These are unfathomable existences. This task is probably as difficult as trying to prolong an immortal emperor's life." A different old man added, "Although it's pure speculation, there is only one possibility. He is an alchemy emperor. Only an alchemy emperor would be able to replenish the life of an ancestral tree." At this time, Tingjiwen touched the spot Wuxia was pouring fire into, but there were no signs of charring. It looked as if the peacock tree had opened a hole for Wuxia to pour in the fire. Life replenishment for an ancestral tree, he muttered to himself in a daze. Eventually, he composed himself and told the old man, "Third uncle, go back and tell the elders that I won't be coming back for now." This old man was surprised to hear this and retorted, "You can't, all of the elders are coming out now for your assessment. If you miss this chance, you will be handing the Citadel Lord's position to someone else." Tingjiwen was only one of the descendants from the Citadel. He had another strong competitor that was not lesser than him in either background or ability. Because of this, the position for the main successor had yet to be decided. Tingjiwen was touring the world and offered his respects to the different ancestral trees in order to learn the Tao. Through this, he wanted to enhance his strength to pass the assessment of the ancestors. But now, he actually said that he wasn't going back. This made the people near him jump in shock. A different old man worriedly spoke to persuade him, "That's right, this assessment is of utmost importance. If you miss it, I'm afraid your chances of becoming the Citadel Lord will become slim." Tingjiwen took a deep breath and earnestly said, "I know the gravity of the situation, but I will still remain here. Everyone, don't worry, I understand the implications very well." The three old men glanced at each other. They couldn't do anything if Tingjiwen had made up his mind. Kong Qinru returned from the exquisite valley. All of the supplies Wuxia specified had been brought in full. With enough materials, Wuxia began to perform the finishing touches for the stage he was building at Peacock Land. He had been through all the locations here, including the oceans nearby, and nailed down formation arrays. The center was done as well. After finishing the final preparations, he could breathe easy. He looked down at his work from the mountain before casually entering a tavern in a nearby town. He leisurely ordered some dishes and sat by a window. After being served, he slowly poured wine into his cup as if he was waiting for someone. Chapter 1173, Deal with Tingjiwen. While leisurely drinking his wine at the tavern, someone finally came. It was Tingjiwen, followed by the three old men. Wuxia gave a faint smile after seeing him and said, "You all have been following me for a long time now, so this can't be a coincidence." Tingjiwen didn't hide anything after hearing this. He came forward and bowed. This little brother's name is Tengjiwen of the Heavenvine Citadel. Sir, I admire you, so I have decided to stay here to watch you. Please excuse us. He was quite polite and candid. As someone from a treefather's lineage, he was not arrogant at all. This was quite rare. Wuxia glanced at him and said, "If I cared about it, you wouldn't be standing here and talking to me right now." Having said that, he tapped on the table with his finger. Tengjiwen bowed again with cupped fists before sitting down. He looked at Wuxia but was quite hesitant, for he was searching for the right words. Wuxia chuckled, "Speak, my time is very precious, so I can't sit here all day to entertain you." Tengjiwen took a deep breath and spoke, "Sir, you have a supreme Tao of alchemy. Your techniques are wonderful. To be able to see your method of revival, no need to flatter me." Wuxia waved his sleeve with a smile. "I know my alchemy Tao is supreme and matchless. I am the best alchemist in the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Tengjiwen was suddenly dumbfounded. If Wuxia praised himself like that, there was no need for him to say anything else. He lamented this situation deep inside. Other people would start acting quite humble, but this person actually boasted even more. Tengjiwen went straight to the point after making up his mind. "Sir, can you really replenish the life of an ancestral tree?" Wuxia gave a mysterious smile. "I can also cure your ancestral vine. After the calamity, its situation should be quite bad." Tengjiwen's expression shifted as he stood up and took several steps back. The chair behind him was knocked down in the process. The 3 old men had similar expressions. They stared at Wuxia intensely, making the situation tense. This was because only the upper echelons of the citadel knew about this matter. Tengjiwen was a descendant-level disciple, so he knew as well. Ordinary disciples didn't know about it. Wuxia sat there nonchalantly while sipping more wine. "Don't have any stupid thoughts such as killing me to keep it a secret, or I'll bury you under the peacock tree as fertilizer." In just a moment, the elders glanced at each other. They didn't know what kind of power this man before them had, but they didn't dare to act carelessly. Tengjiwen took a deep breath and gently waved his hand towards the 3 elders. They then converged their auras and slowly retreated to the side. He went back to the table and cupped his fists. "Sir, you are quite well informed. May I ask how you found out about this?" Wuxia lazily replied, "Why dwell on this dull topic? Not too many things in this world can hide from me. You stayed behind to see my Tao of alchemy, so this is naturally what you were aiming for." Tengjiwen responded, "Sir, the truth is that this little brother is very interested in your Tao of alchemy. After all, very few people in history are capable of such a feat." Wuxia waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to waste time with pleasantries. You just want to ask me to save your ancestral tree." "Sir, you are correct." He knew he couldn't hide it any longer and decisively stated, "I do have this thought simply because your Tao of alchemy is matchless. Requesting my service is not difficult, but you need to be mentally prepared. My asking price is very high." With that, Wuxia turned around and left. However, he left one last message as he was walking away: "You better decide soon. My time is precious. If you miss this opportunity, it will be your lifelong regret." Tengjiwen mulled over the situation in the silence left in Wuxia's wake. One of the old men said, "Asking an outsider with an unclear background to cure our tree father is too dangerous. I'm afraid the ancestors will not agree." A different one nodded as he echoed this sentiment. "We don't know anything about this person. It is still too early to know if his Tao of alchemy is actually matchless or not. If he can do it, then the decision will be easy. If he can't, it will be a big disadvantage to you. Your opponent will use this against you and, with one misstep, you will never be able to redeem yourself. At that time, not to mention competing for the position of the Citadel Lord, you might not even have a place to stay in the city. I know that full well." Tengjiwen wryly smiled, "But if he is truly a master, isn't this a once-in-lifetime opportunity? In the present times, how many people in the heaven spirit world actually have the ability to cure a tree father? He paused with a sigh. I know, the wise decision is to recognize the complexity that lies within and focus on winning the position of the Citadel Lord first. However, if we truly miss this chance, then it would be a huge regret for our whole city. That might be true, but such a great event should be decided by the elders. The old man called third uncle said, just focus on becoming the Lord for now. If you are truly determined, it won't be too late after you take the position. But the issue is, will this opportunity wait for us? He replied, if he is truly able to replenish the peacock tree, then it shows just how heaven-defying his alchemy is. He would become famous the moment he successfully carries out this task. At that time, people all over the world, including many imperial lineages and tree-father heritages, will come begging him to prolong their ancestors' life and trees. And once the 9 worlds are reconnected, there would be an even larger world in front of him, even more would kneel before him to ask for life replenishment. Ting Jiwen said, at that point, he will be the ultimate alchemist. Would he bother looking at us then? It's just as he had put it, this will become our lifelong regret. The man called third uncle responded, but these are only his words. He might not have this ability. Otherwise, he would be famous already. Some things in this world can't be judged with common sense. The world is too vast with many great and eccentric people. Ting Jiwen said with a tinge of helplessness, in my opinion, he isn't a man of empty words. Without absolute confidence, no one would say such things. It is unwise to deceive and offend our heaven-vine citadel unless he is powerful enough. After hearing this, the 3 old men glanced at each other. One of them said, even if you believe so, the other ancestors might not necessarily agree with you. Ting Jiwen took a deep breath and replied, rest assured, I will certainly be able to convince them. I'm confident in this. The 3 old men had nothing else to say after seeing that Ting Jiwen had made up his mind. In fact, his foresight was one of the reasons why he was a top candidate to become the Citadel Lord. Li Qie went back to the exquisite valley's abode for several days and, sure enough, Ting Jiwen came to find him. Kong Qinru asked, young noble, were you waiting for him to come? She knew that Li Qie was no joke. If he didn't wish for it, Ting Jiwen wouldn't be here right now. Yes, I have been waiting for him to come since I do need to go to the Heavenvine Citadel. Li Qie chuckled. The Heavenvine Citadel? She was surprised and asked, what about the peacock tree then? Li Qie shook his head in response, can't rush this matter. We have done what we need to do for now. Give it time to digest. When the time is right, I will carry out the last step. He looked at her and continued, this is mainly because in order to have a successful replenishment, we still need some more special items. She said with haste, what else is needed? The exquisite valley will get them for you. Li Qie shook his head, they aren't things you lot can obtain. I have to do it in person. She realized something and asked, does the Heavenvine Citadel have them? Yes, a very important item, the key to replenishing the peacock tree. He replied with a smile. She said, I think the Citadel won't give it up so willingly. How could a treefather's lineage give away their treasure to an outsider, and a human at that? I have always gotten what I wanted. Li Qie smirked. Such domineering words left her slack-jawed. She eventually said, young noble, you want to rob them? Chapter 1174, Ongoing Plan, Rob. Li Qie chortled and said, whether by force or as a gift, it is entirely up to them. This is their own good fortune. If they miss the chance, I can only say that they will feel very regretful later on. Kong Qinru lamented the upcoming event. Forcing a treefather's lineage into giving him something. Outside of immortal emperors, no one would dare to carry out this domineering task. The ancestral vine from the citadel is still there. She had to remind him, rumor has it that it is still very young and powerful, plenty capable of fighting an immortal emperor. After tree fathers turn into ancestral trees, these existences wouldn't care for mundane matters and weren't much different from ordinary plants. However, when an enemy invades their lineage or when a calamity approaches, these non-sentient beings would still fight to kill the enemies and protect their descendants. The young trees were especially powerful, no less than their peak from when they were still alive. Thus, not even immortal emperors could defeat them with certainty. I know. Wuxia chuckled, it's no big deal if that tree is still there. If I wasn't certain, I wouldn't be going to the citadel in the first place. She heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Even though she knew that Wuxia was not a bullyable nice guy, she still didn't know the true source of his power. After all, he would be facing a tree father's lineage, an invincible ancestral tree. Not too many would come out unscathed from a battle against such foes. Neither god kings nor emperor candidates would do so without being at the emperor-assailant level. Is there no other way? Maybe we can try negotiating with them. My exquisite valley still has some influence, perhaps we can exchange some treasures with them. No matter from which angle she looked at it, she didn't want him to quarrel with the citadel. In her mind, even if he couldn't replenish the peacock tree's life, he still had an imperial bloodline. She hoped that he would be able to pass down and multiply this legacy. Your valley has a lot of treasures, but even if you take out the best ones hidden in your sect for exchange, they still won't agree. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Kong Qinru was startled and blurted, Don't tell me that you want that item from the citadel. Yes, precisely. He nodded before she could finish speaking. It won't be easy for the peacock tree to survive for another 8 to 10 generations, so that item will be very useful. She was dumbfounded right away. Initially, she thought that he wanted something else from the citadel, not their mythical item. While looking quite silly, she had to spill her mind, well, it will be impossible. The citadel will definitely not give it to you. Don't worry, they will. He smiled and shook his head after noticing her expression. Don't think of me as an unreasonable brute. Sometimes, I am very reasonable. I might need someone else's stuff, but I will give them something of equivalent value. Look, I'm giving them a huge chance right now, it is up to them to take it. It's still impossible, they will want nothing in exchange for it. She shook her head, it is too precious to them. That's a pity because if that's the case, the Heavenvine Citadel will collapse into ashes. He faintly smiled. What? She was stunned once more. No one would believe the upcoming destruction of the Heavenvine Citadel. Their ancestral vine was in its prime and would live for a long time across the generations. Furthermore, with its protection, who would dare to attack the Citadel? Don't let your imagination run wild. It won't be destroyed right away and I won't be the one to do it. Wuxia gently shook his head, I can only say that if they give up this God-sent opportunity, they will cease to exist in 1 or 2 generations. She didn't know what to say, this matter was beyond her comprehension and imagination. He glanced over and said, outside of some other things, there is one more matter that you need to do. Go spread a message that the peacock tree is about to die. Remember, do not leave any traces. That the peacock tree is dying? She tried to confirm, do you want to spread this message right now? No, wait until the time is right. I will let you know when. He insipidly stated, but you must be ready before then. I want this news to spread very quickly across the entire heaven spirit world. I understand, the valley will do our best. She nodded. One more thing. He ordered, make plans to temporarily evacuate everyone from the Peacock Land. I will let you know when the time is right. Evacuate? Despite being a bit startled, she still agreed, leave this to our valley as well. Wuxia asked, and how are you doing on my issue? She quickly replied, I have just received a new message. The person you are looking for has been seen before. She was seen at the Jade Sea, to be exact, at Cavalry Town. Li Qiye gently sighed and finished her sentence. Who understood the Su clan's secret channel better than him? He naturally knew where she landed after coming to the Heaven Spirit World. Yes, her first appearance was at Cavalry Town. She traveled through several places since then. It seems like she was asking about an ancient tribe. She elaborated, but later on, she crossed the sea to the Dragon Demon Sea. It gets more complicated there and we haven't received anything back. It might require more time. Li Qiye nodded and said, keep on searching and update me when possible. Let Ting Jiwen in, it is about time for me to leave as well. Kong Qinru acknowledged and followed his instructions. Of course, she couldn't see Ting Jiwen herself. She took Li Qiye from Golden Isle, so if others were to find out that she was the mastermind behind this, it would bring a lot of trouble to the exquisite valley. A moment later, Ting Jiwen marched inside and bowed the moment he saw Li Qiye. Sir, this little brother will be bothering you again. Li Qiye glanced at him and eventually smiled. You are not bad at all. Ting Jiwen was surprised to hear this. He didn't know why Li Qiye would suddenly make this statement. Nevertheless, he still bowed and said, thank you for the kind words, sir. This little brother, no, this student came this time to ask you to come visit my Heavenvine Citadel. The youth coughed and replied, there is indeed a problem with our ancestral vine, so I'm inviting you to personally come and perform your skillful healing art, sir. Li Qiye nonchalantly responded, if I can't cure your ancestral vine, no one else in the world can. However, you, or rather, your citadel should be ready. My price will be sky high, don't blame me for not bringing this up at that point. Ting Jiwen felt that he and the citadel were fishes on a platter. Li Qiye was free to do whatever he wanted to them. He took a deep breath and solemnly said, sir, rest assured that everything is negotiable as long as you can cure our ancestral vine. Li Qiye looked at the boy and smirked because the boy didn't know what he wanted at all. Li Qiye then spoke, it is good that you all have such determination. Let us go then, my time is very precious. Ting Jiwen didn't waste words and immediately led the way. The Heavenvine Citadel was a great lineage in the Jade Sea. It was built on top of the Heavenvine Ancestor, also known as the Heavenvine Treefather. Of course, it was not comparable to Golden Isle. The isle had 2 ancestral trees and was much older than the citadel with inconceivable resources. Nevertheless, the citadel was still a great lineage even when placed among the rest of the Heaven Spirit World since it still had a treefather. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even god kings wouldn't dare to have any ideas against a place protected by an ancestral tree. However, little did the citadel know that Li Qiye was preying on them. Moreover, the item he wanted was their lifeblood. Ting Jiwen and Li Qiye traveled through a portal to directly reach the Heavenvine Citadel. While standing here, anyone could feel a majestic aura full of life wafting in the air. On the platform, Li Qiye glanced at the lofty sky and boundless sea. Chapter 1175, Heavenvine Citadel. It was more apt to describe the Heavenvine Citadel as a world suspended in the sky rather than a city. If one were sailing on the Grand Sea and looking forward, this would seem like a gigantic monster, an unimaginably large tree growing on the water. In fact, this was not a tree but a gigantic vine of an unreal magnitude since it reached even the sky canopy. One could see islands scattered about right below this great vine. Outside of little islets that were actually made from soil, there were also islands made out of the intertwining of vines. When squatting down for a different perspective, people could actually see more astonishing islands. They were being held up by the roots and even the leaves of the vine tree. Such islands were mountains taken from under the sea and placed on top of the vine tree. While standing below the vine and looking up, the entire sky would be blotted out by its branches and leaves. In fact, in this sea region, countless vine roots were crisscrossing each other. Some surfaced on the sea and looked like mountain ranges. At the same time, the sheer size of the vine tree gave the feeling that the sky above was an entirely separate world. Its parts intertwined to form a new world. Palaces were built on them and even smaller cities could be found. The old ancestors worked hard to bring many mountains up the vine tree to form landmasses and cities. In the deepest recesses of the vine tree were numerous peaks brought together into a huge continent. It was refined into a forbidden location. This was the heavenly grotto meant for the ancestors. Such a magical scene appeared before everyone, causing them to be overwhelmed with awe. An entire world was held up by this vine tree. Prosperity and downfall both brought about by the heavenly vine. Wuxia commented as he gazed at the scenery. Such words shook Teng Jiwen's mind as an ominous feeling arose. He wasn't clear of what this omen meant. "Sir, this way, please." He calmed down and quickly told Wuxia, "Our disciples have prepared your quarters. Please rest well, it has been a long and hard journey." At the heaven spirit world, many ancestral trees have already fallen with their lineages following them soon afterward. Teng Jiwen couldn't come up with a retort right away, for his mind was quite confused. These ancestors would scold him if they were to hear such words. Even though he was unwilling to think about it, Wuxia was right about this fact. That day would come. However, it was very far away to him. He would definitely not live to see it. Wuxia turned and walked inside at this time. Teng Jiwen regained his composure and quickly followed behind him. There was already an old man waiting in the room. He was a little bit different. Although his body was made from flesh and blood, his right arm still carried the characteristics of a treant, for it seemed to be carved out of wood. Profound tree hand. Wuxia took a glimpse at the man's right hand and smiled. To have such a level of atavism, you must be the Heavenvine Citadel Lord. The old man was surprised to see Wuxia blurt out his background so quickly. Anyone could see that his right hand was atavistic. However, few could see through its mysteries. And yet, an outsider was able to discern it with a single glance. His surprise was well warranted. Teng Jiwen was scared by Wuxia as well. He eventually made introductions after calming down. "Sir, this is my master and also the current lord of our citadel." Despite being the citadel lord, the old man was very respectful and polite towards Wuxia. He bowed and said, "You must be the supreme alchemist that my disciple has been harping about." Chapter 1176. Heavenvine Citadel. Lord Wuxia glanced at both of them and smiled. It is indeed not easy to be in a great lineage. Citadel Lord, you have just won a great opportunity for the city. The two were slightly confused at Wuxia's words. They didn't know that their attitude and posture had just garnered great benefits for their city. It could be said that countless lives were saved because of them. "I heard my disciples say that you are the current shining beacon who is willing to use your great skill to rid our city of worries." Though the Citadel Lord was a bit puzzled at this moment, he didn't lose his respectful attitude and bowed once more. Regardless of the time and place, powerful alchemists all enjoyed great statuses. This was doubly true for alchemists who were capable of life replenishment. A single word could command experts all over the world. Wuxia flatly stated, "I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't want to cure your ancestral vine of its calamity." The Citadel Lord's mind was moved after hearing this. If Wuxia could actually do so, this would be the greatest of news for both the Citadel and him. He took a deep breath and replied, "My disciple has told me that you are also replenishing the life of the peacock tree." Wuxia waved his hand to interrupt him. "Citadel Lord, I know what you are thinking. You want to know if I will be successful or not." He looked at the Lord and insipidly continued, "I can tell you that it is not yet done. Life replenishment can't be completed in a day or two, so there is no need to hide it. However, since I have come here, I am confident about curing your ancestral vine. It is time for you to cast aside your doubts so that you can answer one question: will your citadel be able to pay this price? I can guarantee that I will be able to fully cure your tree, but my asking price is exorbitant. Li Qie uttered clearly, this depends on if you are willing to pay or not. The citadel lord stood up to bow once more. I was being presumptuous. Sir, if you have such capabilities, then nothing could be better. Just name the price, our citadel will not disappoint you. Li Qie interrupted him once more while shaking his head. Citadel lord, do not be so quick to accept, give it a moment. Should you still decline when the time comes, don't blame me for not giving you an easy way out. The lord's heart trembled a bit, but he was already prepared. He solemnly replied, Sir, just tell us what you want. In fact, before meeting Li Qie, the citadel lord had already arranged for everything. When Ting Jiwen reported this to the ancestors, they had discussed this matter in detail. If someone could actually cure the ancestral vine, the citadel would do its best to accommodate that person. The truth was that the upper echelons were prepared for this as well. After all, they had assessed the potential cost earlier. An item desired by a supreme alchemist would, of course, be invaluable. Naturally, they were also quite confident. After several generations of accumulating wealth, they could take out any treasure or great medicine. Regardless of what this alchemist wanted, they would still be able to afford the price. Well, in a sense, what I want is not that difficult for your Heavenvine citadel to provide. He leisurely smiled and said, I'm not asking for much. To cure your ancestral vine, only your Heavenvine calabash will be enough. The Heavenvine calabash. Even Ting Jiwen blurted after hearing the request. The citadel lord became silly. He stared at Li Qie and stammered, Sir, you really want the Heavenvine calabash? Li Qie flatly confirmed, that's right, as long as you can give me the calabash, I will fully cure your ancestral vine. Very quickly, both the citadel lord and Ting Jiwen became slack-jawed. The calabash was too important to the citadel. In their minds, even if they had imperial weapons, the calabash was still worth much more. Sir, I'm afraid this isn't possible. The lord calmed down and shook his head. Such a request was out of the question for both him and the citadel as a whole. It seems like, in your mind, the ancestral vine isn't worth as much as a single Heavenvine calabash. Li Qie laughed and said, this is truly disappointing. It looks like your treefather's lineage only has a bunch of short-sighted old geezers. The citadel lord proceeded with some helplessness, Sir, you must know that the calabash is unique. Our ancestral vine produced just one. We'll lose too much without the calabash. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted him dismissively, I know the usage of the calabash. To keep it simple, those old geezers rely on it to prolong their lives, the undying ones buried underground that is. All in all, they are not willing to die and want to live longer by using the calabash. The lord was put in a difficult situation. He coughed and said, Sir, it is good that you know the usage of the calabash. The truth is that your demand is too much. Could you consider asking for something else? If you want, we have 2 9-transformation soul grasses, or we can give some divine weapons, ancient scrolls from the human race, or even immortal dewdrops from a heavenly tree. Li Qie stopped him short once more, Citadel Lord, I don't care for such things, only the Heavenvine calabash will suffice. Li Qie's firm attitude halted the conversation. The Citadel Lord had no response because too many ancestors required the calabash for their own lifespan. The Citadel simply couldn't hand it over. Sir, can you reconsider? The Lord was quite helpless as he tried to persuade Li Qie. Li Qie looked at him and smiled, in your mind, is this calabash really more precious than the ancestral vine? Of course not. The Lord denied right away with an awkward chuckle. I know very well that all of you want to maintain an optimistic outlook. In your minds, the ancestral vine's issue can wait a bit. If it can't be dealt with right now, then you'll wait until the next generation. In short, your tree is still young and can live for a long time. But have you ever thought of the day your ancestral vine actually falls? Wuxia coldly looked at the Lord. Once your tree father falls, what will be left of the heaven vine citadel? Your numerous mountains and countless palaces are all built on the vine tree. The day of your ancestral vine's destruction will be the day your citadel falls into ruin. How many of your islands are actually supported by the earth and sea? Only around 10 or 20% at best. Compared to Golden Isle, your citadel is only a pavilion in the air. They have thousands and thousands of islands that are supported by the earth and rooted in the oceans to gain great stability. What about you lot? He snorted at this point. Well, the Citadel Lord had to admit, we are indeed not as great as Golden Isle. Wuxia went on with his criticism, your Citadel wants to believe in luck. Because your ancestral vine is still in its prime, you think that as long as you leave behind enough ancestors and train a new tree father out of them. With this plan in mind, there will be no need to do more since your pillar is still there, and there is ample time. All of your resources are being poured elsewhere. He said with a laugh, even if this generation cannot deal with it, the next might be able to, or the one after that. Even though the Citadel Lord knew that Wuxia was ridiculing them, he was not in a position to fight back and could only smile wryly. Our Citadel has been looking for an alchemist to cure our ancestral vine. Yes, you all are still searching because death is not in the corners of your eyes just yet. Thus, you are not in a rush at all. Wuxia grinned. The Citadel Lord had nothing to say. Wuxia was correct in his analysis of their current plan and beliefs. They were taking their time to find a suitable alchemist to treat their ancestral vine's calamity. Chapter 1177, Ancestral Vine's Calamity. Wuxia sneered at the Citadel Lord, really, if your ancestral vine ever lives again one day, it would crush all of you into meat paste out of anger. It would be incredibly disappointed at how greedy its descendants are. Back then, in order to bear another calabash, you all tried to seize the essence of the heavens' will, but none of you expected the punishment from the heavens that left behind an eternal calamity on your ancestral vine. How did you know? The Citadel Lord was feeling quite ashamed, but he became shocked after hearing this. This was a great secret. Outside of the Citadel Lords across the generations, even very few ancestors knew about it. Tingjiwan was stunned as well since he didn't know about this matter. As one of the descendants, he only knew that the ancestral vine was in trouble and needed an invincible alchemist. He didn't know that this illness was caused by their ancestors in the first place. This is no secret at all. Even if your citadel has been quite deliberate in your attempt to conceal it, you still can't hide from me. Wuxia smiled. Back when immortal Emperor Wuxia collapsed and the heavens will return to the void, your group of ancestors became greedy and wanted to seize its essence to produce another calabash so that they could live on via life replenishment. Alas, it was a complete disaster and the heavens answered with a punishment. If your ancestral vine wasn't extremely powerful back then due to being young, your heaven vine citadel would have been rendered to ashes right then and there. Lastly, the people who are truly capable wouldn't resort to such trickery. He eventually said, "Sir, even if I trust you, the ancestors won't. That is your business. As the descendant, you can go do something about it. The fate of the Heaven Vine Citadel is up to you and those old geezers." "I'll try," he said weakly, "but I'm not sure whether I can convince them." At this moment, he believed Wuxia more. The person didn't need to trick them. Moreover, curing the ancestral vine was much better than losing a single heaven vine calabash. Eventually, he bowed and left. The Citadel Lord immediately met several ancestors upon his return. After hearing the claim, the group immediately went to check the seal of the calamity. The seal remained completely untouched. Nevertheless, for prudence's sake, the Citadel Lord still convened a meeting and invited several more ancestors. Many old ancestors disagreed with Li Qiye's claim and thought that he was simply trying to scare them for the calabash. However, the Citadel Lord still carried out this meeting solemnly. He personally met Li Qiye and, though he still had a lot of questions, his conversation with Li Qiye left him feeling that the probability of Li Qiye lying was quite low. After all, this was their territory. Li Qiye shouldn't even think about leaving if he was trying to trick them. On the other hand, those strong enough to leave their citadel forcefully would look down on such trickery. After the meeting, many ancestors opposed Li Qiye's argument. They thought that even if he wasn't trying to trick them, it was still exaggerated. The Citadel Lord's idea was to ask Li Qiye to treat the ancestral vine. In his mind, regardless of how long the vine had left to live, it indeed was trapped by a calamity that they had always wanted to eradicate. Chapter 1178, Negotiation. Meanwhile, the Hao branch strongly opposed the Citadel Lord's proposal. They were quite adamant in this regard. The Hao branch was a powerful family in the Heaven Vine Citadel. They had an ancient and powerful bloodline, especially their main disciple, Hao Yuzhen. Hao Yuzhen had an old regal bloodline. Both their background and bloodline were extremely noble. The reason was very simple. Hao Yuzhen and Ting Jiwen were evenly matched and both were competing for the seat of the Citadel Lord. At the same time, the current Citadel Lord and Ting Jiwen were from a different branch. Though this competition between the two branches had yet to escalate to a life-and-death conflict, it had never ceased. In particular, the rivalry between Hao Yuzhen and Ting Jiwen was quite fierce. The old regal bloodline of Hao Yuzhen made their cultivation quite strong. On the other hand, Ting Jiwen had his wooden eyes, so he was equally powerful. Both of them had the potential to become the new lord. Thus, the Hao branch naturally wouldn't agree with this matter. If Li Qiye could actually cure the ancestral vine, this would be a great merit for Ting Jiwen. He is only a charlatan of unknown origin, why should we trust his words? An ancestor from the Hao branch was certain that Li Qiye was here for the calabash. If our ancestral vine's calamity was really as grave as he says, we would have felt it already. Even our forefathers don't seem to think so. The calamity is clearly sealed, he is just trying to get attention. Many ancestors outside of the Hao branch agreed as well. After all, there were no negative signs coming from their ancestral vine. If it was on the verge of collapse, the citadel would have felt it by now. There should at least be some ominous signs, but none could be found. This was indicative of the vine's current status. Moreover, their seal was completely untouched as well. I don't think so. The Citadel Lord went against the crowd. If Mr. Li was a liar, he should know that there would be no place for him to stay at the Heaven Spirit World after tricking us. However, if he is confident enough in his own strength to deal with us, then does he need to lie in the first place? With that, he glanced at each ancestor and said, moreover, he knows more than even our imagination, secrets unknown to outsiders. How could a mere charlatan be privy to these things? The Hao ancestor coldly retorted, some things will be found out if people try hard enough to learn about them. Plus, who dares to say with certainty that no one else has leaked the secret? The Lord ignored him and focused on the other ancestors instead. Let us take a step back and assume that Mr. Li is simply exaggerating. Our ancestral vine was indeed inflicted by this calamity. Because of this, we have been trying to find treatments from one generation to another, yet we still haven't found an alchemist capable of doing so. But now, Mr. Li is confident in his ability to cure our ancestral vine. This is a once-in-myriad generations opportunity for us. The ancestors here found themselves in a dilemma. If Li Qiye were to actually cure the ancestral vine, it meant that they must pay a great price. Not everyone was willing to do so. On this matter, I will have to consult some of the older ancestors. The oldest ancestor here made his decision. The Citadel Lord and the younger ancestors could only agree. They would make a final call after the ancient ancestors have made up their minds. Regardless of whether they would employ his services, the great hospitality did not go away. Wuxia was still treated as an esteemed guest. He stared at the vast sea above his room on top of the giant leaf. His eyes then focused on the distant horizon. The truth was that he didn't care for the ancestors' decision. Regardless of the method, he must obtain the heaven vine calabash with or without their consent. A sweet breeze blew by. A woman suddenly floated closer and stood by his side. She was very beautiful and emitted a fresh aura like a pearl placed on top of a green leaf. She looked at him and asked, "Are you the alchemist invited by Senior Brother Teng?" He looked at her and faintly smiled. "Yes, that's me." She said, "I am a heaven vine disciple. Senior Brother Teng asked me to come here to tell you to leave right away." Wuxia laughed in response. "Leave? Why should I have to leave?" "Sir, you might be unaware of this, but the situation is quite unfavorable for you." She explained, "The ancestors think that you want to steal our calabash, so they want to imprison you." Wuxia burst out in laughter before she could finish, as if he had just heard the funniest thing in his life. "Why do you laugh?" She didn't understand. Wuxia observed her for a bit before leisurely replying, "An ancient regal bloodline flows within you. At the Heaven Vine City, only the Hao branch has this old Treant bloodline. There are two main branches, Hao and Teng. For millions of years, the Citadel Lord would sometimes be someone with a different last name, but the majority of the time this position would be taken by one of these two branches." Wuxia smiled and looked at the girl. "Teng Jiwen has wooden pupils, so he is qualified to be the Citadel Lord. Your regal bloodline can keep up with him, but barely. When his wooden pupils reach the peak, it can sentence one's life and death." The girl was startled and had to stagger back after hearing this. She stared at Wuxia as if he was a ghost. Not even in her dreams would she expect for this seemingly insignificant person to reveal her identity. "You're only a junior, yet you still dare to scheme before me? You don't know your own limits." Wuxia lazily sneered, "You just want to scare me away before telling everyone that I have escaped from being found out. Then you would put the blame on Teng Jiwen in order to smear him. This little trick is not enough to get into my sight." The girl's complexion turned white then green in a short period of time. Her tricks were exposed in such a humiliating manner. Chapter 1179, Hao Yuzhen. This girl was Hao Yuzhen, Teng Jiwen's strongest rival for the Citadel Lord's position. She had an ancient regal bloodline that qualified her for the position. She coldly sneered, "It seems like Senior Brother Teng is quite close to you to actually tell you so many things. You better be careful, revealing the secret of the Citadel is a capital offense." At this time, she had other plans to splash some dirty water on Teng Jiwen. Although many geniuses put on an air of humility, they are still very arrogant inside. "This makes you better than many people. Sir, I suppose I should be honored by your praise." At this time, the youth was clearly showing his hostility. Wuxia smiled, "I can understand your emotions right now. You're right, I simply wanted the calabash from the beginning. It is very important in the process of life replenishment for the peacock tree. Very few things can replace it." The boy murmured, "I knew it." He had his suspicions earlier, but now, Wuxia had confirmed it with his own mouth. "You can think of it as you having led a wolf into your home." Wuxia said, "But I don't agree with that notion." Teng Jiwen coldly countered, "Sir, you have been scheming against us from the start, so how are you not a wolf?" Wuxia laughed in response, "Will your citadel not pay me after I cure your ancestral vine? Will you not hand the calabash over? Regardless of the process, I will get the calabash in the end, so is it a crime to be aiming for your calabash in the first place? If I didn't want it, do you think I would be sitting here wasting my time? That's different." He had maintained a strong front despite finding things difficult. "Sir, you are simply forcing us. Li Qiye casually replied, I am, but what is more important, the ancestral vine or the calabash? Without the vine, you will have nothing. Your citadel will be nothing. The boy's face turned white. He didn't know what to say at this moment. In the end, he stared at Li Qiye and asked, so you are saying you are 100% confident in curing our vine? Li Qiye lazily answered, do you think the peacock tree's condition is more serious, or your ancestral vines? If I can renew that tree's life, how can I not be capable of curing your ancestral vine? Chapter 1180, Fairness. After internally deliberating his next question, Teng Jiwen asked Li Qiye, if the citadel doesn't hand the calabash over in 2 days, will you take it by force? Correct. Li Qiye chuckled, 2 days is all you have before you must hand it over. He didn't know whether to be scared or angry. Li Qiye was being quite blunt with his intentions. Li Qiye raised his teacup again and took an elegant sip. There's no need to be angry. Trust me, even though I am a fierce person that is unreasonable at times, I won't take your calabash for free. I will cure your ancestral tree, a quid pro quo. Teng Jiwen had been finding it difficult to choose his words when talking to Li Qiye. It was just as the man said, even if he took the calabash by force, as long as he were to cure the ancestral vine, the ultimate outcome would still be the same. The only thing different would be the process. But you should ready yourself. Li Qiye drank another mouthful and smiled, I am not a nice guy. I won't show any mercy to those who try to stop me, and you are no exception. A light flashed across his eyes as he uttered these words. Teng Jiwen felt a cold chill after seeing the glint, as if something sharp had pricked his heart. At the same time, he felt death looming over him. He took a deep breath and said, the Heavenvine Citadel isn't a place where people can come and go as they please. Not even a god king could tread freely within our walls, let alone become our enemy. His statement was not a threat, he was simply telling the truth. The citadel was powerful enough to the point where no one could look down on it. Moreover, who would dare to do anything foolish while the ancestral vine was protecting it? You underestimate me too much. Li Qiye laughed and shook his head, you still don't know who you are facing or the gravity behind your citadel's choice. Do you think I am scared of the citadel after choosing to come here all by myself? Do you think I even place it in my sight? Such words left Teng Jiwen breathless. They were arrogant and aggressive to the point of being humiliatingly offensive. Someone was blustering and viewing his citadel with such contempt. As its descendant, even though he was very well-mannered, a blazing fury still burned in his heart. Even a mud Buddha would become angry at times. Sir, your words are too outrageous. In the entire heaven spirit world, not too many people would dare to say them in front of me. He took a deep breath and glared at Li Qiye while lowering his voice. Look me in the eye. Li Qiye retorted, do you see the Heavenvine Citadel in there? Teng Jiwen shivered and subconsciously stared straight into Li Qiye's eyes. He immediately felt something with just a glimpse and took several thumping steps backward with a shocked expression. What he saw was bloodthirst, a bloodthirst that blotted out the sun, one that would slay any god that attempted to block its path. This direct and naked bloodthirst couldn't be faked. A wanton will to murder was the most terrifying emotion. It was a force that instilled an instinctive fear in others, thus it was also the most authentic sensation. Teng Jiwen was frightened by this murderous aura. At this second, he understood that Li Qiye truly wasn't lying to him and that he would really kill anyone that stood in his way. Regardless of where his confidence stemmed from, he knew that Li Qiye really didn't care for the Heavenvine Citadel. He would truly start a massacre in this place. He stared at Li Qiye with awe and anger. At this time, he was full of regret for bringing a wolf into his own home, an unlucky star to the citadel. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and blinked before setting the teacup down again. There's no need to feel regret or anger, you did not bring an enemy to the citadel. The dazed youth asked, "What do you mean?" Li Qiye smiled and said, "Think about it, even if you didn't bring me here, how would that stop me from wanting the calabash? I need it in order to heal the peacock tree, so whether you led me here or not doesn't matter at all." Nevertheless, Teng Jiwen still felt guilty because it was him who took Li Qiye here. Li Qiye began, "Instead of standing there hating me or feeling regretful, why not seize the opportunity?" He looked at Li Qiye and asked, "What opportunity?" "A chance to maintain the peace of your citadel." Li Qiye lightly said, "Me telling you to bring me here was to give you and the citadel a chance for peace. Complete the trade willingly and there will be no need for killing, for blood to stain these walls. This is a transaction beneficial to both sides. Take this chance and I won't have to bother cutting people's heads off one by one, and your citadel won't have to lose too many people." Finally, everyone would happily end this deal with a smile on their faces. Li Qiye glanced at the youth after saying this. The boy blurted out, "But you are just forcing us. How is this a deal? Do we actually have a say in this matter?" Li Qiye interrupted him with a wave of his sleeve. "What you are choosing between is the trade or the collapse of the ancestral vine and your citadel turning into ashes. To be frank, right now, your citadel only consists of a bunch of idiots." Having said that, his glare turned cold, "a group of greedy fools that only want everything without paying the price. Your ancestral vine's calamity has lasted for how many years? Yet you all have failed to eradicate it. Were you willing to pay a fortune to look for an alchemist in the 9 worlds? The answer is no, the effort has never been there. This so-called search for an alchemist was only a little sham. To be even harsher, the descendants of the Heaven Vine Citadel are a bunch of parasites latching onto the vine itself. You're all only worrying about your own desires instead of thinking about the ancestral vine. Meanwhile, those undying geezers struggling to live till now, are they actually thinking about trading away the calabash? No, they simply don't want to die. In their eyes, their dog lives are more important than the calamity that is tormenting their ancestral vine." He sneered with disdain. "If you weren't the Treefather's descendants, I'm sure it would have trampled all of you to death, a bunch of vermins and parasites." He was particularly harsh this time. This denunciation left Teng Jiwen's complexion red and white. At this moment, he had even forgotten to refute. We still have plenty of time," he replied weakly. In fact, he didn't know if this was true or not. If Li Qiye was speaking the truth, then they didn't have that much time left. Plenty of time? Li Qiye laughed. "How many times do you think those geezers have repeated this phrase? Ever since the end of immortal Emperor Wuxia, how many generations have passed? Your ancestors only know how to spew this worthless drivel and have never proven it with any actions. Just a bunch of trash." Li Qiye sneered in disdain and said, "Go repeat every single word I have said to them. Let them know that they are all talk, a bunch of useless parasites. So what if they are strong? Using the calabash to prolong their own lives without doing shit, there is nothing more useless than them." Teng Jiwen was quite stimulated by this blatant disdain. He wanted to retort, but no words came out of his gaping mouth. He felt completely powerless to refute Li Qiye. "If I didn't want the calabash to save the peacock tree, I wouldn't bother coming here. Your ancestral vine's fate has nothing to do with me. To be frank, if I didn't have to save the peacock tree, even if your ancestors prostrated before me while handing over the calabash to save your ancestral vine, I wouldn't care about your citadel's bullshit." Li Qiye coldly stared at the youth. Teng Jiwen stood there for a moment, speechless. At this minute, he felt his voice waning away. This was because Li Qiye's words had penetrated his innermost thoughts. He was right, the citadel had never cared for or tried to save the ancestral vine. Chapter 1181, Teng Jiwen's ability. Li Qiye's criticism deeply stabbed into Teng Jiwen's deepest fear. It was mercilessly striking at the scar of their heaven-vine citadel. We are not trash, parasites, or vermin to the ancestral vine. In the end, he could only utter this sentence. Li Qiye dismissively glanced at him. In my eyes, there is not much of a difference. What are you all if not that? Your old geezers are all talk. Prove it, then, by acting as real descendants for the ancestral vine to see. Teng Jiwen took a deep breath and bowed to say, Sir, keep waiting. The citadel will give you an answer within 2 days. He turned and left, determination evident in his firm steps. Li Qiye smiled and closed his eyes for a moment of repose without a care. In his mind, it didn't matter if the boy was going to ask for reinforcements or to persuade the ancestors. When the time was up, he would take away the calabash and do what must be done. After Teng Jiwen left, the island became quiet. No disciples came to capture Li Qiye. It seemed like the youth didn't go tell the ancestors to capture him. On the evening of the second day, Teng Jiwen came back in a hurry with a gaunt demeanor, but his eyes were bright and full of vitality. He took a deep breath and told Li Qiye, Sir, our ancestors have agreed to the deal. As long as you can cure our ancestral vine, the calabash will be yours. Li Qiye looked at the boy and smirked before speaking. It seems like I must reevaluate you. I'm sure it wasn't easy to convince those geezers from your citadel. This requires great determination. This is all to the credit of Master's group. Teng Jiwen sighed without any signs of complacency. I have only done what any disciple of the citadel should do. Very good, if the citadel comes under your leadership in the future, it will certainly be prosperous. Li Qiye nodded. The youth remained humble even after being praised. He bowed and asked, Sir, may I ask when you will begin the treatment? Right now. Li Qiye flatly replied, Time waits for no one. It is time to end the business here as I must go elsewhere. This startled the youth. He didn't expect Li Qiye to start so soon. Keep in mind that many powerful alchemists had tried to cure this calamity to no avail. Li Qiye told him, Tell your ancestors to prepare. I will go to the forbidden area to cure your ancestral vine. The youth took a deep breath and went to carry out the command. Eventually, the citadel agreed for Li Qiye to begin any time. It also opened the forbidden ground for him. Many wise sages implemented an incomparable seal on the land near the ancestral vine. Without their permission, outsiders would have difficulty moving in this area, let alone launching an attack. The citadel's response and actions were quite swift this time. Who knew what Teng Jiwen did to lobby them? To be able to do so in just 2 short days was quite impressive for a junior like him. Of course, Li Qiye wouldn't care about such things. This was the citadel's business. He only cared about curing the ancestral vine and taking the heaven vine calabash. When everything was ready, Teng Jiwen and the citadel lord led Li Qiye to the forbidden ground. In fact, the boy was only able to successfully persuade the ancestors because of his master's support. Otherwise, a junior like him trying to convince those ancestors would have been much harder. A couple moments later, they stood right outside of the forbidden ground. This was the most important location in the whole citadel. It had the densest amount of worldly energy. Legend states that one could enter the inner world of the ancestral vine through this forbidden ground, but no one had entered since the death of the Treefather's son. Many disciples and ancestors were standing right outside of the forbidden ground at this moment. They were all important characters of the protector level and up. Some were supreme elders as well. The treatment of the ancestral vine was of the highest importance to the citadel. Whether it was to be vigilant against Li Qiye or fear of accidents occurring during the process, in short, the citadel's powerful forces were here to cope with any unexpected circumstances. Li Qiye only gave this crowd a quick glimpse. Regardless of their preparations, he didn't mind killing those who stood in his path. Hold it! As Li Qiye was about to enter the forbidden ground, a shout rang out. Hao Yuzhen stood up. This made Tingjiwen and the Citadel Lord furrow their brows. They had reached a unanimous agreement regarding this deal. They didn't want any complications that might cause the deal to turn awry, thus they had a bad feeling as she stood up. Wuxia glanced at her and lazily asked, "What's the matter?" She put on a businesslike appearance as she coldly said, "You must hand over all of your belongings outside of the materials required for the healing process. Other items aren't allowed inside the forbidden ground." Tingjiwen raised his voice, "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Hao Yuzhen was causing trouble on purpose. She didn't know how he managed to convince the ancient ancestors in the sect, but at this moment, his position had soared and it was a great threat to her. Therefore, she wanted to use this opportunity to stop Wuxia. Stopping Wuxia was the same as stopping Tingjiwen. "Ancestor, we reached an agreement about this matter, so what are these sudden complications?" The Citadel Lord was unhappy as well and looked over at Ancestor Hao. Ancestor Hao slowly said, "The deal and agreement are still unchanged, but we must be cautious for the safety of the ancestral tree. Your alchemist is here for our treasure, who dares say that he won't do anything shady in secret?" The Citadel Lord glanced over at the other older ancestors here and asked, "Ancestors, what are your thoughts? Alchemist Li can still bring items inside, but as a preventative measure, we must ask to check your items first." An old ancestor spoke with a deep tone. They were still very wary of Wuxia. After Hao Yuzhen's comment, they were indeed afraid of Wuxia doing anything to the ancestral vine. Despite being annoyed, the Citadel Lord and Tingjiwen had no retorts. The reasoning was sound. Even though they weren't necessarily cautious of Wuxia, they still didn't want to complicate the deal. Otherwise, all of their efforts would have been in vain. "Did you hear that? Let us perform a full-body search, every item of yours must be checked as well." With the approval of the older ancestors, Hao Yuzhen was emboldened. Wuxia didn't bother looking at her. He glanced over at the old ancestors from the citadel and smiled faintly while shaking his head. "There are a few excellent members in this place, so I thought that there would have been changes. It seems that in the end, it is still just a bunch of inflexible old men. What a disappointment." The older ancestors were not happy to hear this disdainful comment. Meanwhile, the master and disciple pair turned bitter. This matter had taken a sudden turn for the worse. "Naive fool, you dare to shame our citadel? Take this." This was a rare opportunity, so Hao Yuzhen naturally wouldn't let it go. Her palm aimed for his face. However, before this slap could reach Wuxia, her hand was suddenly gripped by him. He stared directly at her face and smiled. "An idiot like you dares to scream in front of me? You don't know life from death." Crank. Crack. He crushed her slender, jade-white arm before even finishing his sentence. "Help!" She screamed for assistance. Her reaction was too slow. Wuxia's right hand was already clutching her milky pale neck. He was way too fast. Even the ancestors here had a difficult time seeing him move. Before they knew it, he already had her raised into the air by the neck. Chapter 1182, Kill Without Mercy. It only took a single blink for him to crush her wrist and then grab her neck. It was too late for anyone to even try and save her. No, both Tingjiwen and the Citadel Lord were jolted with shocked expressions. Save me." Her face turned red due to a lack of oxygen from being choked. "Junior, what are you doing?" The Hao ancestor was shocked. Very quickly, the disciples from the citadel completely surrounded Wuxia. Outside of a few ancestors from the Hao branch, many elders from the citadel itself were present as well. Wuxia maintained his grip and coldly glared at the group before nonchalantly declaring, "Still want to play? Try and stop me and I'll crush your heads." "Wait, let us talk it out first." The Citadel Lord was sweating. He quickly mediated, "Sir, we can slowly discuss this again. Just let go of my niece first. Sir, we can still talk it out. Teng Jiwen was quite scared as well and hurriedly told Li Qie, there's no need to ruin the friendly atmosphere. It was only a misunderstanding. Li Qie lazily declared, there's nothing to talk about. Either scram to the side and don't bother me or I'll cut all of your heads off. In just a moment, everyone's expressions turned quite ugly. This was no longer about the internal competition. Li Qie's blatant contempt had humiliated and antagonized the entire citadel. There is nothing to discuss now. The Hao ancestor coldly said, let go of Yuzhen right now and surrender before you risk your own life. With just you all? Li Qie dismissively responded, only a bunch of nobodies, not enough to even be an appetizer. The Citadel Lord was speechless. He couldn't mediate anymore, so he said with a bitter expression, my little ancestor, just let go of her and I can guarantee your safety. Teng Jiwen had no words to say. The deal was supposed to be smooth, but look at things now. Just one word of discord could cause blood to splatter every 3 steps. At this time, all the experts and ancestors of the citadel were glaring at Li Qie. He was completely provoking their city's prestige and authority. If they didn't teach this ignorant person a lesson, people would think that their city was easy to bully. Junior, you are being too arrogant. Let go of Yuzhen or we'll end your dog life. Even those who weren't part of the Hao branch were shouting, unable to contain their anger. If it wasn't for her being a hostage, they would have pounced forward and cut him into countless pieces already. Li, listen. Even a god king would die if they come to our citadel. With so many ancestors backing her up, Hao Yuzhen became more courageous despite being in his clutches. She struggled to breathe before shouting, just let me go. Break your own arms and legs and end your cultivation, then we'll spare your crack. It was a familiar scene. Before she could finish, he had crushed her neck. She didn't even have the chance to scream since death came too quickly. Everyone became dumbfounded. In the middle of the encirclement, he still dared to kill his only hostage. This was the same as cutting off his only path of retreat. No sane person in this predicament would kill their only hostage. This truly stunned all the experts and even the Hao ancestor. No, Teng Jiwen was completely frightened. He spent painstaking efforts to convince the ancestors to agree to this deal. But now, everything had turned into smoke. Incomparably foolish, threatening to break my arms and legs as well as my cultivation under this situation. Li Qie didn't even bat an eye. He threw her body to the side like trash. Little animal, I'm going to grind your bones to dust. The Hao ancestors' roar echoed to the clouds. He unleashed a palm capable of chopping tides and splitting the ocean. Bang! Li Qie remained undaunted. With a tyrannical pose, he unleashed a direct punch, a fist that could shatter the past. It was a quiet fist that didn't create gales or display an overbearing momentum. One could hear something fracturing. The Hao ancestor's arm shattered after receiving this fist. He had to take several steps back while spewing out blood. This shocked everyone present, forcing them to take deep breaths to calm down. The Hao ancestor was still a grand character at the citadel, but he wasn't a match for Li Qie. The ancestors became cautious right away. They took out their weapons and began to circle him. The other experts instantly left the battlefield to give room to their ancestors. This level of battle was not something the juniors could participate in. They would only get in the way. The Heavenvine Citadel Lord was completely stupefied. He thought that the ordinary-looking Li Qie was just an alchemist, he didn't expect him to be heaven-defyingly powerful. Teng Jiwen couldn't speak at all. This had escalated out of his control. It was up to the ancestors to decide now. He had wondered how powerful Li Qie was, but this remained a mystery until now. He finally got a general concept of how strong the guy was. ZZZ, a buzz resounded as the shattered arm of the Hao ancestor quickly recovered. However, he was in a frenzy. Being seriously injured by a junior was truly a disgrace in his eyes. With a twisted expression, he took out his true weapon and coldly said, "Little animal, if our Heavenvine citadel doesn't peel your skin, sever your tendons, and drink your blood, we won't need to stay in the heaven spirit world any longer." Another ancestor yelled at him, "Junior, it is not too late to surrender." Li Qiye sneered at the experts and said, "Surrender? In my eyes, all of you are mere insects. I can trample all of you to death with one stomp." Naive fool, still blustering before death. The Hao ancestor shouted, "Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's chop this little animal to XSH." Blood spattered everywhere. Before the ancestor could finish his words, a tree branch came out of nowhere and pierced his skull. His eyes dilated from confusion about his sudden death. The spectators were dumbfounded by this scene. To their surprise, a long vine was wrapped around Li Qiye's arm. This vine actually grew out from their ancestral vine's body. The elders audibly gasped after seeing this sudden development. They turned pale and retreated while staring at Li Qiye in disbelief. A vine growing from their ancestral tree actually killed the Hao ancestor. How could such a thing happen? In their citadel, the ancestral vine was not only their progenitor, it was also their divine guardian that had been sheltering them for generations. But today, instead of killing the enemy, it killed an ancestor from their city. If such a thing were to be spread, no one would believe it. This was already inconceivable, even when they witnessed it in person. An ancestor murmured in astonishment, "Evil art, this is definitely an evil art." This was the only explanation they could come up with. Li Qiye used some strange and evil witchcraft to control the ancestral vine to kill the Hao ancestor. A frightened ancestor screamed, "He cultivates an evil art. We can't let him live any longer, kill him at all costs. Kill!" The rest of the ancestors present all roared together and unleashed their weapons to slay Li Qiye. They wouldn't mind paying any price to stop Li Qiye from leaving the citadel alive. Otherwise, he would certainly become a great menace in the future. A bunch of fools. Li Qiye coldly glared at them and simply flipped his palm over, not bothering to give them another glance. A large leaf that was growing from the vine tree suddenly shot out. Boom! 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 The weapons attacking Li Qiye all shattered before this leaf. With another loud blast, the flower swept through the ancestors like the end of autumn, sending them flying while spurting blood. Chapter 1183, Sunflower Forefather, Splash. A series of splashes came about. All of the blown-away ancestors fell into the ocean. This scene was too shocking. The experts here couldn't regain their composure. Both Teng Jiwen and the Citadel Lord were slack-jawed from fear. This was simply a legendary tale. In this split second, they suddenly thought about the possibility that their ancestral tree might be controlled by Li Qiye. However, that would be preposterous. Even their own ancestors couldn't control the vine, let alone an outsider. If this was indeed the case, then the only plausible explanation was that Li Qiye did have a demonic art. Anyone else want to stand in my way? Vine branches from the ancestral tree began to merge behind Li Qiye. The experts here were aghast, to say the least. They had never seen such a demonic art before. It was beyond their imagination. Eventually, the experts glanced at each other. They continued to slowly converge on Li Qiye to the point of not even letting a single drop of water through. Naturally, they were quite afraid. Even their ancestors were blown to the horizon like flies, and they were not as strong as them. However, letting Li Qiye go or retreating weren't options they could take. They deemed him too great of a threat to let him leave alive today. Li Qiye smiled at these experts, a bit idiotic, but still quite unyielding. daring to come despite knowing the disparity. Vine controller. A loud explosion came from a cave along with a voice. Although this voice was very quiet, everyone could hear it clearly. An old man emerged from the forbidden ground. To be exact, it was a sunflower tree. It was much taller than an adult. Moreover, the sunflowers on the tree were blossoming to great sizes. There was an old man's face on the sunflower in the center. He came out of the forbidden ground without exuding any blood energy. However, he gave the feeling that a simple flip of his palm could cause the world to collapse. An ancestral form. Teng Jiwen murmured after seeing the shape of this sunflower. The ancestral form was a method of obtaining atavism for treants. Many within this race would cultivate a human form and become powerful existences. However, this was not to say that a humanoid form was more powerful. In fact, it was precisely the opposite. A humanoid treant was not as powerful as an ancestral form treant because this atavistic form allowed them to control the strongest origin power. However, despite the great benefits, there was a fatal weakness to the ancestral form. There was no way to pass down their bloodline if they were to keep this form, regardless of how powerful and heaven-defying they might be. Eventually, their legacy would end. Only those with a flesh and blood body could reproduce and spread their bloodline to future descendants. Because of this, the majority of the treants would cultivate into a human form. Very few were willing to maintain the ancestral form. After all, everyone wanted to pass down their legacy. Being strong was meaningless if it meant that one would lose the ability to reproduce and pass down their legacy. The Citadel Lord came back from his shock and murmured after seeing this sunflower forefather. An expert was ecstatic and muttered, "It is the forefather, our forefather has come into being." So it turned out that this large sunflower was the sunflower forefather. He was the most powerful and oldest ancestor of the Citadel. His appearance was a rare sight. Even the Citadel Lord had only seen him once in his life, and this was at a very young age. At this moment, this forefather couldn't believe it either. He stared intensely at Wuxia and the vine branches behind him while feeling that this was a dream. As the forefather came closer, the experts surrounding Wuxia all made way. In fact, they could finally breathe easy. No one would be able to oppose the forefather, not even Wuxia's demonic art, even if it was stronger. The forefather was not very confident as he asked Wuxia, Can you really manipulate it? Are you a vine controller?" He glanced at the sunflower and smirked, "Old man, try me and see. I'll be happy to display this majestic and invincible power." Teng Jiwen panicked after hearing Wuxia's response. For millions of years, no one had dared to be disrespectful towards the forefather. The sunflower forefather's eyes began to flash like blossoming starlight. In a split second, he whisked his arm and isolated space as if he wanted to banish Wuxia. Bang! But before the banishment could take effect, the nearby space shattered. With another bang, the forefather was pushed back into the huge vine tree. Vine branches then came together to form a hand of God that coiled around the forefather's neck. His entire body was propped up against the vine tree, instantly suppressing him. No way! The Citadel Lord and everyone else were aghast. It was not an exaggeration to say that they nearly pissed their pants in terror. Even their invincible sunflower forefather was suppressed, so how could they not pale from fear? All the experts felt despair. There was no one left to oppose Wuxia outside of their ancestral vine. In spite of this, they still mustered together to try and stop Wuxia once more. They must face him despite knowing that they were not his match. In just a moment, both Teng Jiwen and the Citadel Lord felt suffocated. In their minds, no one should be able to stop the forefather in present times, yet he was rendered motionless. This was too terrorizing. The forefather being pushed against the vine tree raised both of his hands and quickly said, "Wait, I bear no malice, it was just a test." Wuxia glanced at him, then the branches in the form of the god hand loosened to let him go. It turned back into vine branches that hovered behind Wuxia. You really are a vine controller. The shocked sunflower forefather couldn't believe it despite having confirmed it. He finally took a deep breath and asked while staring at Wuxia, "Is your bloodline from our citadel?" Wuxia laughed in response, "Old man, you are overthinking things. My bloodline is the purest of the human lineage. I am not a descendant of your ancestral vine and definitely have nothing to do with your citadel." How inconceivable. The forefather carefully looked at Wuxia and confirmed that he indeed didn't have even a hint of the citadel's bloodline. He continued, "Outside of the only biological son of the Tree Father, no one else has appeared in all these generations that can communicate with the Tree Father. No one aside from its son has been able to become a vine controller, yet an outsider like you can control the vines." Here, his eyes flashed with a revelation. Could it be that the ancestral vine has chosen you to become the vine controller of our citadel? Your imagination is too much. With a grin, Wuxia waved his sleeve to interrupt the forefather. "I am not your divine guardian or a vine controller, I'm only someone who is teaching a lesson to this group of foolish descendants in the vine's stead." Wuxia naturally wasn't a so-called vine controller. He used the myriad age tree to communicate with the ancestral vine. Although the vine itself had no sentience, its instinct was still there and allowed Wuxia to use its power. The forefather said with excitement, "Regardless, you can still control everything here, so you are a vine controller. Only those with the permission of the ancestral vine would be able to use its power. You are speaking too much nonsense, but one thing is indeed true." Wuxia smiled, "I can indeed control the power of the ancestral vine." Chapter 1184, Vine Controller. Despite Wuxia's denial of being a vine controller, the sunflower forefather was still very excited. "After so many years, we have finally waited long enough for a vine controller to appear. We shall be able to rise in this generation." "Old man, you are overthinking things." Wuxia interrupted the forefather again and spoke in a lackadaisical manner. "This vine controller thing or the citadel rising? I don't have any interest in this. I am only here to make a deal." Despite Wuxia's lack of interest, the forefather pressed on with some wishful thinking. He shouted at the experts and said, "What are you waiting for? Come and greet his venerable vine controller. His will is the will of the ancestral vine." In the mind of the forefather, this was a one and only chance of this generation. This was a vine controller. If he could keep the guy here, his ability would be absolutely priceless for their citadel. The experts here felt quite confused, but after carefully thinking things through, it made a little sense. Even though Wuxia was an outsider, he has clearly been accepted by the ancestral vine. Now, even the forefather has recognized Wuxia's identity. This meant that Wuxia had won the will of the ancestral vine. The experts came forward to bow towards Wuxia. This sudden reversal was like a dream. A few moments ago, they were trapped in a fight to the death against Wuxia, but now he had become the representative of the ancestral vine. Go back and do some personal reflection. There are things that can be done and things that shouldn't be done. In the end, the forefather yelled at the experts from the citadel before chasing them away. Eventually, the only juniors left were the Citadel Lord and Tengjiwen. "Vine Controller, since you are already here, please stay at our citadel. There are many juniors that require your guidance." The sunflower forefather smiled brightly. Wuxia was not interested in being this so-called vine controller. He halted the forefather again. "I won't bother with this kind of laborious undertaking. My time is limited. I am only responsible for curing the ancestral vine. After taking the calabash away, I will have nothing to do with this place." The forefather couldn't find an excuse to reject his refusal. He could only smile wryly. That's fine, we'll focus on the ancestral vine then." He was someone who understood the logic that an impatient person shouldn't be eating hot tofu. It would be troublesome to push Wuxia too much. The forefather helplessly replied, no one knew that such a thing would happen back then. It was already too late once we realized it. The other jade pillar was destroyed while the heavens unleashed its scourge upon us. Wuxia coldly said, greed is one thing, but to not understand your own limits to this point. Of course the heavens would send down its punishment. If you all had an immortal emperor overseeing things, then it might have been a successful struggle. However, relying on you old bones alone? It was already very fortunate that the villainous heavens didn't render your citadel to ashes. The forefather sighed again. Several of his senior brothers died miserably during this disaster, not to mention the calamity left behind on their ancestral vine. Meanwhile, the duo quietly listened. Even though the Citadel Lord knew a lot, this was the first time he had heard about the details of the past. While looking at the jade pillar that resembled a tendon of the heavens, Wuxia ordered the Lord, go up there and break it. Break it? The Lord felt his legs suddenly become weak and thought that he had misheard. This jade pillar was extremely significant to their citadel. Smashing it was tantamount to smashing their own treasure. Break it? Even the forefather turned silly. He stared at Wuxia in disbelief and said, this is the only one left, if you break it now, Wuxia dismissively countered, break it and you will understand. The Citadel Lord glanced over at the forefather. He didn't dare to do such a thing. The forefather took a deep breath and commanded, break it. If his lordship orders it, it must be correct. The Citadel Lord took a deep breath then flew into the sky with a huge hammer in his hands. Both of his hands were trembling at this moment. With one smash, he would personally be destroying the most precious treasure in the Heavenvine Citadel. Perhaps he would even become a sinner of his sect. Chapter 1185, The Missing Calamity. Eventually, he took a deep breath while tightening his grip on the huge hammer. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind before ruthlessly slamming it down. Clink! With a pleasing sound, the jade pillar shattered in one hit as if it was made out of glass. Countless fragments fell down from the sky like dust. The Citadel Lord and the Sunflower Forefather both shouted, impossible. They were both aghast and lost in disbelief. The Citadel Lord looked in bewilderment at his hammer since he didn't expect to destroy the jade pillar in just one smash. He wondered if his hammer had always been this strong. What, this can't be. The seal is still here with the surviving jade pillar, but why is it completely undamaged? The Sunflower Forefather was overwhelmed with shock. As for Tingjiwen, he stood there looking silly because he didn't know what was happening. He had never been here before, so he had no clue about this seal or the calamity. Where is the calamity? It isn't here. The Forefather swept through the entire citadel with his divine intent, but there was no trace of it. Oh no, damn it. In the end, even someone in a high position like the Forefather cursed vulgarly. He thought of one possibility. Fuck, don't tell me, the calamity has secretly invaded the ancestral vine. His soul left his body when he came up with this conjecture and he felt his knees giving in. The ancestral vine has been invaded. The Citadel Lord had the same reaction after hearing his forefather. The hammer in his hands fell straight to the ground. That's impossible, the Lord was dumbfounded. Until now, all the ancestors and even the Sunflower Forefather were confident in sealing the calamity within the seal. It was just that they had no way of destroying it. Because of this, they had always been confident. The sealed calamity couldn't cause any damage. It was only a bit problematic that they couldn't destroy it. The seal gave them confidence and the illusion of having ample time to find the right alchemist to get rid of it once and for all. It is gone, the distressed forefather dropped to the ground. At this moment, he knew where it had gone and what they would have to face. He was scared out of his wits just imagining it. No one would be able to reverse this disaster. The Citadel Lord thought of the vine's imminent demise as well. He was dazed while his legs trembled. Is it that serious? Teng Jiwen didn't know the implications of the calamity escaping the seal, so he had to ask after seeing his seniors act this way. Very serious. The forefather calmed down and stood up to take a deep breath. A disaster is looming over our heads. Within just 2 generations, our citadel might turn into ashes. In just 2 generations? Teng Jiwen was shocked. This timeline felt far too short when a real disaster was approaching. The forefather glanced over the broken jade fragments that contained nothing. He was still as amazed as before. How could this have happened? The seal is untouched, so our citadel was not notified. How could it have escaped? You have to understand what this is. Wuxia flatly said, all of you wanted to steal from the villainous heavens. Do you think the punishment it sent down would be this easy to seal? If the bastard was so easily dealt with, it would no longer be the villainous heavens. If it was so easy to oppose him, there would be more than just one immortal emperor in each generation. Teng Jiwen looked over towards Wuxia. Sir, can you cure it? At this moment, Wuxia was the only hope for their citadel. The sunflower forefather smiled wryly and said, it is not a matter of just treating it anymore. The calamity has fled into the ancestral vine's body and could even have taken root deep inside. We have to go there and remove it at the source, but that might mean uprooting the entire vine. Teng Jiwen's heart fluttered after hearing this. He didn't expect the problem to be so serious. Prior to this, Wuxia had said that their ancestral vine didn't have much longer to live. He was skeptical back then and felt that it was only a threat. Who would have thought that it was the truth? The real issue is that we can't enter. No one has been able to do so for many generations. The Citadel Lord was almost paralyzed on the ground. This news was completely devastating to the Citadel. It caught them off guard like thunder in a clear sky. No, one person was able to enter. The forefather explained, the Supreme Forefather was able to do so. He was the only child of the progenitor. Not only was he a vine controller, he also inherited the bloodline. Teng Jiwen had to ask Wuxia, Sir, you are also a vine controller, can you go inside? Wuxia looked at them and smiled. Right now, I feel like the heaven vine calabash alone is too low of a price. The forefather immediately looked at Wuxia. My lord, what do you want? Just say the word and our citadel will make it happen. He felt that Wuxia could actually succeed in curing the vine at this time. The Citadel Lord added, yes, please. Anything will be fine. If this was before, they wouldn't be so anxious since they thought that time was on their side. But now, with the new findings on the calamity, they finally understood how insignificant they were. Each and every disciple of the Citadel was willing to protect the ancestral vine regardless of the price. Wuxia glanced at the forefather and slightly narrowed his eyes. If I wanted other things from your citadel, would I need to wait until now? I already reached an agreement with your ancestral vine, just the calabash will be enough. The rest of the group became quite emotional after hearing this. Keep in mind that regardless of what Wuxia wanted, the citadel would have to give it to him. However, he only wanted the calabash in the end. My lord, the citadel will forever remember your kindness. If you ever need us in the future, just send the command. Our citadel will answer your call and run through fire without question. The forefather kneeled to the ground and made a solemn promise. The Citadel Lord and Teng Jiwen prostrated as well. In their minds, they would owe a debt to Wuxia, one that was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Let's go. Wuxia looked at them before turning and walking away. The forefather calmed down and immediately followed behind him. The group eventually came before a mountain. Wuxia slowly pressed his hand against its rocky wall. With a buzz, vine branches drilled out from the muddy ground. The snake-like vine branches instantly wandered all around the cliff. In a short period of time, they wove into a door on its surface. The sunflower forefather murmured after seeing this, "The portal into the inner world of the ancestral vine is right here. For millions of years, only the son of the ancestral vine was able to enter this inner world." Wuxia stepped inside with the rest of the group hurrying after him. The scene inside was an eye-opener even for the forefather, since this was his very first visit. The master and disciple duo were amazed as well after seeing the branches that resembled dragons. This truly made them understand how invincible their tree father was. Teng Jiwen eventually asked after calming down, "Can cultivators reside in this world?" Wuxia smiled, "Why should its descendants be allowed to stay in this place? So that they can extract the immense vitality within as well? To suck out all of the essences from the depths of the earth? The reason why an ancestral tree can live for so long is due to the life force and essences of this world circulating around their roots without rest. The loss in this process is very minimal. Otherwise, the trees wouldn't last more than 2 generations. He felt that Wuxia's answer was very reasonable. If future generations were allowed into this world, they would refine these energies into their own. After a while, they would squeeze their ancestral tree dry. He understood why they weren't allowed inside either. This was another defensive measure. Chapter 1186, Calamity within the vine was a vast world of gigantic and circling roots. Some soared to the sky to reach close to the clouds. Waterfalls descended from above with mud piles as high as mountains. Some green roots intricately twisted together to resemble gigantic monsters. Dazzling glimmers shone from all over the sky, as if many stars were hanging up there. If there was a difference between the inner worlds of the peacock tree and the heaven vine tree, it would be that the roots here were much more powerful and full of life. The stars above were brighter as well. Teng Jiwen noticed the starlight above and asked, "Are those stars?" The sunflower forefather and the citadel lord lifted their heads as well, since they didn't know the answer. "Those are age stars." Wuxia glanced at them and explained, "The dimming of these age stars signifies the time of withering. It is just like the life rings of a tree, they signify how long the tree has left to live." Teng Jiwen continued to observe the sky. There were too many stars to the point of them being innumerable. However, it was not difficult to find that some of them were significantly darker than their peers. Teng Jiwen heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the countless stars. The forefather and citadel lord felt the same way. The plentiful stars meant that their ancestral vine still had a long lifespan left, so long as Wuxia takes care of the calamity. After a long search, he finally found the main root. It was huge and thick. Standing before it was the same as standing in front of a cliff. He stood at a particular position to peer over everything before speaking, "Right here." The rest of the group looked over to find a little hole. Inside was a blade of grass only around 3 inches tall. There was nothing about it that warranted any attention. It was light green in color with a shade of white due to the lack of sunlight. However, upon a closer inspection, this was not a small blade of grass but tiny particles invisible to the naked eye. These little green particles connected together to form a green electrical arc that looked just like a small grass. "Why is it like this?" The forefather's expression changed after seeing this, forcing him to take a deep breath. "This is our ancestral vine's calamity." Both Teng Jiwen and the citadel lord were surprised as well. In their minds, their ancestors had been helpless for generations because of it, so it should at least be a frightening and dangerous existence. They imagined that this calamity would have the body of a devil with a demonic smile. Each strand of its aura could burn everything in this world. Who would have thought that this little blade of grass was actually the calamity agonizing their ancestral vine? "We can pull out something like this with one hand." Teng Jiwen blurted, but he immediately realized that he was wrong. If that was possible, why didn't the ancestors do it before instead of waiting for generations? Were these invincible ancestors weaker than a junior? Then you can try to pull it out. Li Qiye smiled. The Citadel Lord realized that his disciple had chosen the wrong words. Not only did they offend Li Qiye, they also insulted all the generational ancestors, including the forefather before them. He busily tried to smooth things out. Sir, well, my little disciple is ignorant without any sense of propriety. He doesn't see how dangerous. Li Qiye gently waved his hand to interrupt him. It's nothing, I'm not mad at him. He can go ahead and try it once to understand the situation. With that, Teng Jiwen glanced over at his master. The Lord, at this moment, was helpless and couldn't do anything but nod. In fact, he also wanted to see what kind of ability this little blade of grass had. Teng Jiwen took a deep breath and reached for the grass to pull it out. However, before even touching it, his hand started to tremble. He no longer dared to do so. The reason was very simple, this was their ancestral vine's calamity. Just how frightening and dangerous was this thing? If he touched it, wouldn't it be the same as throwing his life away? Relax, pull it. Li Qiye naturally could tell what he was thinking and smiled. I'm right here, I won't let you die. With this guarantee, Teng Jiwen calmed down and finally made up his mind. After gritting his teeth, he reached for the grass once more. Bzzz, however, the moment his hand touched the grass, a series of lightning crackles came about. The grass dispersed into countless particles that disappeared into the main root. The whole process gave a sense of something proliferating into the main root with extreme speed. No one could react in time, let alone catch those tiny particles. What is going on? The masters and disciples were lost. At this time, all the roots, regardless of their size in this world, had little lights flashing and crackling inside them. Because of the many roots here that were tightly clinging together or completely woven as one, a lightning arc emerged when all of them flashed together. It came as quick as a bolt of lightning before instantly disappearing. Even though the individual lights were not bright, all of them appearing together was another story. This world completely lit up with each crackle. It was a shocking process like a sun exploding. It was quite difficult to keep their eyes open in the midst of this light. Who could imagine that this was a scene created by these tiny flashes? Darkness ensued soon afterward. This sudden change was quite difficult to get accustomed to. Teng Jiwen eventually calmed down and asked in horror, "What is this?" "The calamity." The forefather took a deep breath and replied, "It has invaded every root of the ancestral vine. Once it gathers enough power, it will squeeze the ancestral vine dry until there is nothing left." Teng Jiwen shuddered. Every single root that made up the foundation of their citadel was infected. Li Qiye dismissively commented, "It is because you all dragged it out for too long. The countless years gave it this chance." The others could only sigh. They never thought that it would escalate to this level. The Citadel Lord couldn't help but ask, "The ancestral vine is invincible, why can't it crush this calamity?" Li Qiye chuckled and pointed at the sky to say, "Do you know what kind of existence is suppressing your ancestor? It is that thief, the high heavens. Returning and taking root in this earth is already going against him. If your ancestor rebels again, it would bring about a supreme repression that would instantly render the tree into ashes unless there was someone as strong as an immortal emperor helping to stop this heavenly punishment. Otherwise, the relentless onslaught from both inside and out isn't something it can withstand. Rather than immediately turning into ashes, it is better to live a borrowed life and wait for you juniors to expel the calamity." He looked at the sunflower forefather after saying this. The forefather's old face turned red as he coughed. This situation was the fault of ancestors like him. He had to admit, it is all due to our incompetence. We couldn't help our ancestral vine and thought that the calamity had been successfully sealed. Bzzz, a tiny crackle resounded from Teng Jiwen's body. Faint lights emerged from his body in the form of bright particles. He was suddenly wrapped in this layer of lightning. What's happening? He was scared out of his wits after seeing this. He tried to pat the particles away from his body, but before he could touch them, the particles immediately dispersed and entered his body. Chapter 1187, Treatment, Crackle. The particles resurfaced just a moment later. Moreover, their numbers had greatly increased, as if more had just been produced. The aghast youth screamed, "Master, save me! Sir, please save my little disciple." The Citadel Lord didn't expect this to happen at all. His soul left his body from fear as he quickly asked Wuxia for help. "Don't move about." The sunflower forefather shouted, "This is an infection. The more you try to resist, the stronger it will become. You are not the ancestral vine, so it can refine you right away." After hearing this, Teng Jiwen couldn't stand straight anymore from fear. He asked Wuxia to help as well. "Sir, please save me." After seeing the boy's appearance, Wuxia laughed and shook his head. "You are exaggerating things. With me here, there's no need to be so alarmed. It is not like I will stand by and watch you die." Teng Jiwen heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. With Wuxia's assurance, it seemed that his life would be saved. Not bad. Wuxia glanced at the particles on his body. Not only is it untouchable as it will disperse right away, it can also spread with extreme speed. Unfortunately, it has met me. With a smirk, he took out the myriad heavenly cauldron and easily extracted a bunch of fiery strands. Wuxia looked at Teng Jiwen and said, "Don't move or resist, just let it be." He nodded after taking a deep breath. "I'll keep that in mind." Before he could finish, Wuxia had already begun inserting strands of fire into his body one after another. All of a sudden, he was like a ragdoll with numerous strands of fire going in and out of his body. As these tiny fire strings drilled into his body, he didn't feel hot at all. On the contrary, he felt cold lines running through his blood vessels. This chill seemed to be able to freeze his blood. One would find this difficult to believe, especially if they weren't personally experiencing it. The scorching fire from Wuxia's cauldron was actually cool. After a while, he had the illusion that blood was no longer running through his body, that a cold fire had replaced it. At this time, Wuxia began to recall the strands of fire. In the beginning, Teng Jiwen didn't feel anything, but shortly afterward, he felt as if very tiny particles were being pulled out along with these strands. These particles latched onto the strands and left his body. More and more light particles attached themselves to Wuxia's fire, as if it was a magnet that was absorbing all of them from the youth's body. Teng Jiwen eventually felt his body becoming lighter. There was an indescribable sense of ease. He knew then that all of the particles had been dragged out by Wuxia. Boom! In a split second, the flame in the cauldron surged and turned vicious. It refined all of the particles taken out of Teng Jiwen's body. Although these particles wanted to attack, the cauldron was simply too ferocious. Under Wuxia's control, there was no chance for a reversal. They were incinerated right away. "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Teng Jiwen was relieved and prostrated on the ground. The Citadel Lord did the same and gratefully said, "Sir, your skill is unrivaled in this world." The forefather witnessed Wuxia's supreme alchemy and became relieved as well. Their citadel has finally met their savior. The ancestral vine can finally be saved. In the next couple of days, the disciples of the citadel could feel a change in the atmosphere. The whole place became quite tense. Several days later, their ancestral vine suddenly trembled, as did the citadel. Some palaces and mountains even collapsed. In this short period of time, all of the disciples became restless and felt that a disaster that could descend at any time was looming over their heads. In particular, the ancestors knew the gravity of the situation. The entire citadel entered the highest state of alert and was ready to help at any time in case something happens. These anxiety-filled days eventually came to an end. Although the disciples didn't know what was going on, they could sense that the clouds had melted along with the dispersing mists. Some even felt that their ancestral vine's branches were stretching as if the disaster had passed. The ancestors finally found solace. The citadel was saved. In these few days, Wuxia was brought outside by the forefathers' group. He was very tired from extinguishing the calamity at this moment. He was treated as the most esteemed guest. Even the forefather himself personally stood guard for him, not letting anyone come close to disturb his rest. Wuxia took out all types of immortal medicines. He had spent a lot of blood energy to destroy the calamity, but his recovery was quite swift. After he recovered, the forefather came to see him. He bowed the moment he saw Wuxia and said, "Your kindness cannot be described by words. Just give us a command in the future if you ever require our service." Wuxia gently nodded and waved his sleeve. "Rise, a deal is a deal. Since I have promised you, I will naturally carry out my end of the bargain." Nevertheless, the forefather still felt very grateful. He respectfully held the heaven vine calabash and spoke, "This is the calabash that you wanted, please take a look." Wuxia glanced at it and put it away. This brought him one step closer to replenishing the peacock tree's lifespan. The forefather hurriedly asked, "May I ask if you would be willing to spend more time at our citadel so that we can do our best as your host?" Wuxia looked at him and quipped, "Don't tell me you want me to become your citadel's disciple?" "No, I wouldn't dare." The forefather quickly waved his palms back and forth. "Ah, sir, you are the true dragon above the 9 heavens. The Heaven Vine Citadel is too tiny and cannot accommodate you. If you are willing to take the title of being our vine controller, it would be our honor." The forefather was certainly eager for Wuxia to stay. If this was possible, then their citadel could rise once again. Wuxia only smiled and shook his head. "I am only a passerby for your citadel and the heaven spirit world. This horizon is not my home, I am only here for some sightseeing." The forefather sighed and replied, "Sir, you are a peerless master. I suppose the citadel doesn't have this fortune." He understood that an opportunity like this couldn't be forced. It was not meant to be for their citadel. Wuxia flatly stated, "Teng Jiwen from your citadel is not bad, so I will have him follow me for a bit. I won't teach him other things, but with regards to your ancestral vine, I will teach him a few secrets. I have gained some insights after communicating with your ancestral vine, so I'll be passing that back to your citadel." After reaching an agreement with the ancestral vine, Wuxia had a deeper understanding of its origin. This is his fortune. The forefather was ecstatic and quickly cupped his fists before immediately calling someone to bring Teng Jiwen over. In just a moment, both Teng Jiwen and his master came. After hearing this, Teng Jiwen was elated. His master was quite happy for him as well. Today, Teng Jiwen becoming the next successor was set in stone. If he could learn more from the ancestral vine, he would definitely be able to shine in the future. "Thank you for your guidance." The citadel lord calmed down and quickly dragged Teng Jiwen, who was still standing there silly, to the ground to express his gratitude. "Rise." Wuxia said, "After communicating with your ancestral vine, I only focused on a few matters that I found interesting. As for your vine's knowledge, it is of no use to me, so I will return it to your citadel. This is a type of fate, a natural part of life." In spite of this, the citadel lord was still very happy for his disciple. This would definitely be a way to help him communicate with the ancestral vine. "Okay, go back and prepare." Wuxia gently waved his hand, "You are to meet me at Shallow Beach. I will go on ahead." Teng Jiwen respectfully bowed and immediately went to prepare. Wuxia had other business. He had obtained the calabash, so he didn't want to stay at the Heaven Vine Citadel for too long. He departed on this very day. At this time, outside of the Sunflower Forefather himself, all of the high-ranking ancestors also went to see him off. The forefather really wanted Li Qiye to stay for several more days so that they could treat him even better, but he didn't dare to hold Li Qiye back as he insisted on leaving. Take care of yourselves. Li Qiye looked at the forefather before casually pointing with his finger. A portal emerged. He stepped inside and instantly crossed through space. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.